going to take our time now to call our meeting to order. We appreciate you guys coming out for breakfast. We have a huge agenda. One of the things that's really, really important is, like when I used to play football, after we got hit by the defense really, really bad, the most important moment after that was the huddle. Because in the huddle, we regrouped and strategized on what the next steps are. This, my friends, is our huddle. We are preparing to take the next step, and one of the things that we always do in honor of our history, our forefathers, and those who lead us today is we stand up for our national anthem. So we're going to ask you to stand right now. Right behind me is going to be played on the screen, and we're going to have our national anthem. And following that, we'll have Dr. Tex to come and lead us in prayer.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. And let us march on to victory, march on to victory, march on till victory is
Let us pray. Great God, maker of heaven and earth, and the created goodness of all things, you are the God of history and liberation, of justice and salvation, of peace and the consummation of everything that has been and ever will be. This morning, on his birthday, we especially give you thanks for Bishop James Tindall, for the wisdom of his leadership, for his enduring commitment, for his perseverance under severe circumstances, and for the special gift of his life among us. Bless him, O God, and keep him with us for years to come. In this conference today, we raise the issue of the right to vote. Never let us forget the cost by which it has come and the persistent threat to limit its use. Keep before us that long list of exclusions from the franchise practiced against the people of this country, against Native Americans, poor whites, laborers, tenants, women, immigrant citizens, enslaved people, and even most free black people. Before you, we name the sins of our nation: poll taxes, literary tests, requirements to explain constitutional provisions, grandfather clauses, white primaries, one-party southern states, restrictive registration systems, election day intimidation, gerrymandering, voter purges, economic retaliation, violence and intimidation, lynching and terror. Even today, O God, exclusions continue with voter ID laws, reductions in early voting, restrictions on absentee voting, citizenship limitations, felony disenfranchisement, partisan gerrymandering, and modern administrative barriers. These evils, O God, reside here in Missouri. We beg you, turn our legislature from its mindless lust for domination and from its sin against this country and its citizens. And righteous God, speak to us, motivate us to vote, to act, and to keep from being complicit in our own captivity. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. You may be seated. So we're in for an exciting time today, and right before we, at this particular time we're going to, sometimes you have amongst your group a quiet storm, and Dr. Sharon Fisher is our quiet storm. She has a lot to say, a lot of energy, and what she says makes a big difference, and but she's quiet in the room so she can fool you. And so, where is she? Oh, there you are right here. So she has come up right now to give you a welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the 19th Annual Urban Summit Conference. We are unapologetically and unashamedly working on your behalf and for the neighborhoods and communities in Kansas City which are underserved. We are here to inform, enlighten, encourage, engage, educate, question, and demand answers for our community. We have dynamic speakers here today. Power to the people, no vote, no hope. We encourage you to get involved and to get engaged. You have the power, exercise it. We meet every Friday at 8:00 a.m. at the Morning Star Youth and Family Life Center under the leadership of Bishop James D. Tindall Sr. and the hospitality of Pastor John Modest Miles, located at 2525 East 27th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. You have the opportunity to meet your elected and appointed officials and leaders. You can join us in the center or via Zoom. We, the Board of Directors and the staff of the Urban Summit, welcome you, and we thank you for attending the conference today. Power to the people. Please use the QR code that is provided that you could give us feedback for today's conference. Our founder and President is Bishop James Dennis Tindall Sr. And his lovely wife is here, First Lady Frances Louise Tindall. And today is Bishop Tindall's birthday. Happy birthday, Bishop Tindall! Happy birthday, Bishop.
Happy birthday, Bishop Tindall. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Bishop Tindall. How many years is this? 84 years young. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fisher. We appreciate you very much, and we thank Dr. Archie and that powerful prayer by the Reverend Dr. Tex Sample. Let's give him a great big hand. Thank you so much for being a part of this great movement of change and advocacy. The Urban Summit was founded 19 years ago, and we're excited about our longevity and the things that we have accomplished. Our humble beginning was to meet with elected officials from all forms of governments, state, city, county, school board, and federal, that we might all stay informed of the agendas of the various forms of government. There's so many that help to make the progress of the Urban Summit a reality. And I don't want to call a lot of names, but there are those who must be recognized for the commitment from the beginning. Celestine Williams, who is now our executive director, was a part of the very beginning. Attorney Clinton Adams, our counsel, Ms. Gwen Grant, whom you'll hear from and who you hear from just about every Friday on the Urban Summit, and who has done an outstanding job. Let's give her a big hand. Attorney Keith Thomas, who is the chairperson of our Friday morning breakfast. Jim Granddad Nunley, who was a beginning founder of the Urban Summit. Dr. Gail Holliday, Dr. Karen Curls did an outstanding job of working with the Urban Summit and keeping the Urban Summit going for a number of years. Former Senator Kiki Curls, Mr. Rodney Bland. We can't forget the Reverend Dr. Samuel Ernest Mann, and we ask you to keep him in our prayers, one who has been a stalwart in our community and a fighter for the advancement of the African American community. The late former Senator Yvonne Wilson, Gail Super Hill, and these are just a few people who have worked hard to keep the Urban Summit afloat. Our organization is an activist organization which speaks toward improvement of the African American community. Jim Nunley created an organizational idea called CELS, and those committee CELS meet to improve the African American community in the following areas: crime and reentry, economic development, health, affordable housing, public safety, education, and so many others that we have accomplished in the 19 years that we have been in business. Our Young Professionals team, established by the Urban Summit, has accomplished much, including those who came through the Urban Summit being elected to public office, appointed to boards and commissions, appointed to judgeships in the county court, as well as the municipal court and the federal court. The accomplishment in 19 years of the Urban Summit goes on and on and on. Even when we meet for conversation on Fridays, many days we are meeting with individuals to solve problems that exist in our community, and that is Monday through Friday. In other words, we just don't meet on Friday to talk about issues. When we find those issues are relevant to our community, we address those issues and try to solve the problems. We just took 2 consecutive weeks of buses that went to Jefferson City to make ourselves known as to change laws that have a negative effect on our community, to address the problems of redistricting and gerrymandering. And we want to thank the State House of Representatives, and we want to thank Senator Barbara Washington, who did an outstanding job of working for our community. Each year, we try to present a local guest who's doing an outstanding job making a difference in our community. We also bring to you a national guest who's working forward toward affecting change in communities throughout the United States of America. Those guests will appear here this morning. And let me first of all say thank you for the outstanding contributions that you have made for the African American community, particularly for the Kansas City communities, disenfranchised, denied, depressed, houseless, and marginalized people. Thank you. We appreciate you coming. Let us get busy. We're going to have a great time today. Let's give the church a great big hand.
Amen. Thank you so much. Listen, my grandfather, some years back, I'm his oldest grandson. I always brag about that to all my other cousins. But he gave me my first instrument. It was a little keyboard. And he says, I want you to practice on this, and here's the one thing I want you to remember, that anything that I give you, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. That same thing applies to his fight for us to be able to have a right to vote. If we don't use it, what they fought for, what my grandfather and his colleagues and all of them fought for, my great uncle Bernard Powell, when all of them fought for those things, they gave us an opportunity that if we don't use it, then we'll lose it. I've never seen us in a place like we are right now. And so the voices that are looking for right now, our health care is at risk, our economics is at risk, our voting is at risk, and really our freedom is at risk. Our citizenship is at risk. And we need voices that can speak to the new direction in which we're going. And so when we sat around the table to try to figure out who could give us some insight, who has demonstrated a level of leadership at all levels, who has stood out there and been able to move the current in a direction that is favorable, change the landscape of health and wellness, and has changed the landscape even of philanthropy in our particular community. And one name rose to the top, and that was Miss Qiana. And so I'm going to ask her to come up now, and she's going to be our keynote this morning. Let's give her a hand.
Good morning. I'm still waking up. It's Saturday morning. Y'all sound like y'all are too. Good morning. There we go. There we go. It is such an honor to stand before you in this room this morning among this coalition of activists, builders, architects, and beloved good troublemakers. Bishop Tindall, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Gwen, Miss Celestine, Reverend Archie, and all the founders and framers of the Urban Summit, thank you. Thank you for having me. Health Forward Foundation is very proud to partner with not only your work, but our impact together as partners. Now, those of you who know me know that I generally subscribe to the 3 B's of public speaking: be good, be brief, and be gone. That's what I generally do. But I also need you to know that I came this morning, as many of us have, with something very heavy on my heart. So I'm going to ask for a little bit more grace, a little bit more time, because what's happening in our country and in our state, what is happening to our people, it demands that I occupy this space as my full self. I indeed serve as the president and CEO of Health Forward Foundation, where every day we work to support and build inclusive, powerful, and healthy communities characterized by racial equity and economically just systems. Our team is in the room. Team, wave your hand. There we go. Thank them for being here. I love our team, and while I love our work, I am not here only as the CEO of Health Forward Foundation today. I am here as a Kansas Citian. I am here as an activist. I am here as a woman of faith. And I am here as a daughter of this community. So, may I bring my full self to you this morning? Yeah. I have your permission. Am I safe? All right, very good. Team, y'all don't get nervous. It's gonna be all right, I'm with my people. So I want to start by sharing my come from with you, because my come from is the prism through which I live, lead, love, and serve our community. My come from is the great-granddaughter of Wilford Brown, a Bahamian immigrant who could not read, yet built his family of 13 a 4-bedroom home in Hollywood, Florida, with his bare hands. The first home to have indoor plumbing among white and black households alike. That is the power and the ingenuity that runs through my veins. I am the daughter of Qiana Scott, a buoyant and resourceful single mother who, being displaced from the middle class by divorce, found herself broke, but never broken. She struggled to raise us. When my father left her, we were 3, 2, and 1. For years, we lived on public assistance. I was served by many of the organizations that I am blessed to fund today at Health Forward Foundation. I can still remember waiting with her in the commodity lines on Armour and Truce, waiting for milk and government cheese. We called it government cheese. The best grilled cheese sandwich you ever taste. It wasn't all bad. With the help of our village, my mother went from those welfare lines to the executive director of a youth-focused empowerment organization called Inroads Kansas City. That is the fortitude that runs through my veins. And I grew up right here in the urban core, originally in the Wendell Phillips neighborhood. We were a powerful and close-knit, vibrant community until Highway 71 was erected, cutting down the center of our neighborhood, displacing hundreds of families in the urban core, bulldozing black businesses, mangling black churches, separating children from school and safe passage to school because the overpasses were built a little later. They call it infrastructure, but we know it by its impact infrastructure violence. And it did exactly what it was designed to do. It weakened our economic power and our political power. So I carry all the joy, the pain, the healing, the hope, the fortitude from my come from. And today I am here not in spite of it, but because of it. That is my come from. Unsurprisingly, we are once again experiencing strategic design to cripple our community's power and well-being. Action to recolonize American prosperity has rapidly unfolded. Massive cuts to Medicaid and SNAP imperil families already living close to or beyond the margins. Nonprofits that Health Forward funds that serves our communities every day have been intimidated and silenced from equitable approaches to service delivery and care. And amid the politics of division, our administration is turning people against each other, sowing fears and lies about scarcity while we spend billions on foreign wars. Black women, who have long been the bedrock of our country and are the doulas of our American democracy, are under attack. The Institute for Women's Policy Research, the nation's leading think tank on women's economic equity, found that between February and July of 2025, Black women lost 319,000 jobs. You all have heard the statistics. By comparison, white women, the largest beneficiaries of DEI, gained 142,000 jobs. I said gained. White men gained 365,000 jobs in that same period. Last summer, Black women accounted for 54.7% of all female job losses, despite making up only 14% of the female workforce. Collectively, these policy impacts are not happenstance. It's diabolical warfare against the American people and Black communities. And now, once again, they have come for our ballot. On April 29th of this year, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision in Louisiana versus Calais, a 6-3 ruling along ideological lines that struck down Louisiana's majority Black congressional district as an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Let me say that plainly again for the people in the back and those that are just coming in. The Supreme Court ruled that drawing a district to give Black voters fair representation was unconstitutional, while drawing districts to dilute our power is just fine. This decision did not just affect Louisiana. It eviscerated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the hard-won, blood-bought crown jewel of the civil rights movement, and cleared the way for states to begin to gerrymander all over this country, which we know they are doing. The court made clear that racial discrimination will be allowed so long as it is done under the guise of partisanship. And right here at home in Missouri, we didn't even wait for that decision. Last September, our state legislature, on orders from Washington, D.C., sliced up Kansas City, mostly Black Kansas City, moving 70,000 people of color into 3 congressional districts that are predominantly white and rural and historically conservative. That's what happened right here in our city, to us. Without warning and without our consent, our city became a casualty of contemporary colonization. Reminiscent of the Missouri Compromise of 1820, when Missouri became a political battleground at the expense of people's lives. In the 1800s, it was freedom that was under attack. Newsflash, it still is. Health Forward Foundation funded the collection of 300,000 signatures from Missourians, nearly triple the amount of what was required, demanding a referendum get put on our ballot this summer to overturn the maps. And what did state officials do? They moved to implement the map anyway. The map should have been frozen once those signatures were collected and the Secretary of State certified the signatures, which we are still waiting on. They offered petition gatherers during the signature gathering effort $5,000 to quit, or $5,000 to detract and spread rumors and lies about what the initiative was. They offered us the money as we were collecting signatures amongst ourselves. They are doing everything, and I mean everything in their power, to ensure that you, the people, do not get to decide. And now they have gone further. This August, Missouri voters will face Amendment 4 on the ballot. Y'all say Amendment 4. I need you to understand what it is, because it may be the most consequential thing on a Missouri ballot in our generation. For more than a century, Missouri citizens have had the right to take matters directly to the people to decide through our Citizens Initiative petition process. It is how we raise the minimum wage. It is how we pass paid family leave for hardworking parents until they weakened it and reversed it. And it is how we passed Medicaid expansion health coverage for tens of thousands of Missourians and Black Kansas Cityans. All of that won by the people through the provision called the initiative petition process in our Missouri Constitution. Amendment 4, which they are proposing, would gut that process. Right now, a citizen initiative only needs a state majority of 50% plus 1 to pass. You got that 50% plus 1, it's done. Amendment 4 would require that not only would we need the 50% plus 1, that we would need a majority in every single one of the 8 congressional districts to pass, every one. That means voters in one congressional district could veto any amendment that you pass, no matter how popular it was. Missouri would be the only state to have such a provision if this passes. And here's the part that should make your blood boil. This higher threshold would not apply to the Missouri legislature. They would still only need 50% to pass a measure. But we, the people, would need so much more. That alone should piss us off. One rule for the people, another rule for the powerful politicians. That is not democracy. That is architecture for permanent minority rule. Now connect the dots. They gerrymandered our congressional districts, carving Kansas City into 3 predominantly white, conservative, and rural districts. And then they created Amendment 4, which hands veto power to each of those districts. They are one coordinated, wicked strategy to permanently silence us. That is what we are up against, and that is why we are here today. Are we clear? In 1957, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood before this nation and declared, "Give us the ballot, and we will no longer have to worry the federal government for our basic rights. Give us the ballot, and we will transform the salient misdeeds, thank you, of bloodthirsty mobs into calculated good deeds of orderly citizens. Give us the ballot, and we will fill our legislative halls with men of goodwill." Nearly 70 years later, after King spoke those words, that speech is not just history, it's prophecy. In that same speech, King identified 4 groups in urgent need of dedicated and courageous leadership. Government administrators, elected officials on both sides, the Black community. By the way, he encouraged us to be calm and strategic, and the many open-minded but silent white comrades. as eloquently and as lovingly as only Dr. King could. He did not call these people out, he called them in. This morning, I am calling us in. My favorite book, penned by Dr. King in 1967 from a Birmingham jail cell, is titled, Where Do We Go From Here? Y'all know it. Chaos or what? Community. I ask you today, where do we go from here? We have long and storied history in this struggle. Missouri and Kansas stood at the literal divide between freedom and enslavement, one state free, the other enslaved, both in the center of America's defining moral reckoning. We are now set to encounter that same struggle for freedom, and we aren't finished. History instructs that the pendulum will indeed swing back again, but not without coordinated, strategic, multi-sector, multi-racial, multi-ethnic, and ecumenical strategy and coalition building. Essentially, not without us. This is why Health Forward Foundation funds year-round ongoing coalition building and organizing, not just during election years. So let me tell you how we win. It's a 5-pronged strategy. Y'all ready? Number 1, we participate. We show up, we vote, we register our neighbors to vote, attend city council meetings, run for school board, run for public office, sit on commissions, fill the rooms where decisions are made. There is a cross-country correlation between democracy and the health and well-being of a community. When we participate, our communities are healthier and more resourced and more powerful. Participation is not optional, it is a prescription. Number 2, we legislate. We must have people in the halls of power, and we must hold the people there accountable. We call, we write, we testify, we co-author legislation, we shape policies that reflect our values. When you show up and give testimony at the State House, when you go with Urban Summit to advocate, it matters. When we put our positional power in the service of justice, it changes the rules. And as Rashad Robinson of The Color of Change often says, power is simply the ability to change the rules. And right now, today, there are 2 specific votes, which Health Forward Foundation has funded at $2 million, that will determine the trajectory of Black political power in Missouri. I need y'all to hear me on this. First, this August, you must vote no. We must vote no on Amendment 4. This is one of the 2 pieces of legislation that I mentioned earlier that neuters the Missouri's initiative petition process. If Amendment 4 passes, that tool is effectively gone, and it is designed and purposed to stack the gerrymandered maps on top of that. So it's a no for me. In fact, it's no on foe for me. Say it with me, no on foe for me. If you want to learn more about Amendment 4, visit protectmajorityrule.com. Again, protectmajorityrule.com. Second, when the Secretary of State certifies the signatures on the redistricting referendum this summer, and the people have earned that, we must show up and also vote no on what we expect to be Proposition A. No to maps gerrymandered from Washington, D.C. No to stripping our electoral power. No to representation that is not proximate to our communities. No to what we expect to be Proposition A. To learn more about that, visit www.peoplenotpoliticiansmo.org. Again, peoplenotpoliticiansmo.org. If we do not show up and vote no on both of these bills, All bets are off for Black well-being and socio-political power in Missouri for at least a generation, potentially longer. The stakes are that high. Are we clear? Now, you all gave me permission to show up as my full self, right? Okay, good. Because I cannot authentically occupy this space and encourage you to legislate without being fulsome in my encouragement. Legislating happens on two levels, one in the natural and one in the spirit. 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will forgive their sins. Then I will heal their land. We got to pray. I am here to bear witness that prayer is not passive. Prayer is legislating in the spirit realm. We have spiritual authority that we are not fully activating. When we turn from our wicked ways, that means we got to clean our hands. We got work to do. We all do. And we humble ourselves and seek the face of God for our land, for our city, for our country. We are partnering with heaven to call down justice. Declarative prayer, not passive prayer. Invoking heavenly legislation from above while we fight for it below. Heavenly, spiritual legislating, and earthly legislating both at the same time. And in case you're wondering, well, why prayer? Ephesians 6:12 says, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this age. Are we not wrestling against wickedness? Are we not? I'm here to name that there is a principality of greed and power in America that is pursued through the tools of racism, injustice, and oppression. This struggle for justice has always been bigger than one election or one elected official. Dare we think we can win sustainably without spiritual weaponry? So legislate in the natural and legislate in the spirit. Number 3, we litigate. The courts are our earthly battlefield. Our opponents know that. That's why they've spent years packing the courts. That's why Health Forward Foundation is currently funding Kansans for Impartial Courts campaign. We must support and fund our legal and litigation infantries whose core mission are protecting democracy, voting rights, and equal representation in the courts. If you don't know them, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, the Brennan Center, the Campaign Legal Center. We must fund litigators and amplify their work, so they fight for us, so we've got to have their back. Health Forward always keeps a little powder dry to defend what we fund. Number 4, we educate. Narratives are consequential. They shape beliefs, ballot decisions, and resource allocation all over this country. So we must reclaim narrative power rooted in truth. And we must combat misinformation. We must tell fuller stories about the contributions of our communities. And we must reject zero-sum game and scarcity-based proclamations. Because when Black Kansas City thrives, all of Kansas City thrives. Part of our education work is naming what is happening right here at home. Missouri is not in the SEC. Yes, I will get to that in a minute. But hear me. The University of Missouri system was among the very first universities in our nation to extend the Supreme Court ban on affirmative action on admissions to scholarships when it had nothing to do with scholarships. On the same day the ruling dropped in 2023, Missouri's Attorney General unlawfully directed every university in Missouri to end race-conscious scholarships immediately. Missouri, or we call it Mizzou, complied promptly. They were waiting, stripping away merit-based scholarships that had opened doors for Black scholars, scholars who had earned because of meritocracy, but were labeled as DEI scholarships. Reverend Cleaver, Congressman Cleaver, was one of the first ones to come out and say that they were wrong and they shouldn't have extended it to scholarships, but they did. Yet we still send our Black sons to fill their stadiums. We continue to wear Tiger gear proudly just because it's home state. Is it home team? We must educate ourselves and our community about the institutions we patronize and hold them accountable. Speaking of our sons, perhaps the most urgent education work before us is the work we must do with and through our next generation. Because if we plan to win, and I know we do, we cannot do it without our young people. As Generation X and boomers, we have political frameworks built over decades. We know how this game is played. But our young people, they do not always share our political paradigm. And I want to be clear, that is not a problem. That is a gift if we are wise enough to receive it. They are altruistic. They are cause-oriented. They are passionate. Some of them are ready to burn the whole structure down. And while I don't agree, I'm not mad at them. I get it. They have inherited a system that doesn't work for them and never worked for their families. Their frustration is not apathy. It's abolition, and we should not judge it. They have microphones, millions of them through social media. They can move culture in 24 hours. What they need from us is partnership in strategy, partnership in cohesion, strategy to organize, and to move collectively a roadmap for turning their passion and altruism into power. Let me remind you, the freedom riders of civil rights movement were teenagers and young adults. They were young enough to still believe and that the world could still be just, and bold enough to put their bodies, their literal bodies, on the line to make it so. They did not have all the strategy at the start, but they had elders who walked alongside them, who taught them how to organize, how to sustain, and how to win. That is our job. Not to manage our young people, not to tell them to be quiet, they don't know what they're talking about, but to leverage their voices, leverage their passion, amplify their platforms, teach them strategy, and get out of the way when it's time for them to lead. They need us and we need them. The Jim Nunleys, he's so good at this. The Black KCs, the Suburban Balances, the 100 Black Men, the Alphas, BLEI, the Urban Leagues, the W.B. Du Bois Learning Centers, and so many others are doing well and right by our youth. And they need our funding, they need our volunteerism. But what if, just what if all these organizations, or at least a few, strategically partnered and coordinated a model that educates and equips our middle-aged and our young high school students on how to fight politically? What if we got together and we taught them nonpartisan electoral power, power building, power amplification? They already have the power, we just have to amplify it. What if we built a model together, all these organizations? I can promise you, if you all work together to build it, cross organizations, put the turf issues aside, Health Forward Foundation will fund it. Where's Mr. Backus and Don Maxwell Jr. of BLEI? We need them to co-build it. Coco, Dr. Hill at Black KC, we need you to co-build it. LaShawn Walker of Suburban Balance, she's already working in this vein. We need her to co-build it. 100 Black Men, Rory, I saw you in the room. We need y'all to co-build this. I mentioned this to Ken last year. Gwen and Melissa at the Urban League, we know you stay ready. Y'all build it together and we'll back it. Number 5, we agitate. Strategic agitation, economic pressure, targeted disruption, coordinated sacrifice has always been one of our most powerful tools. And this pillar requires something of us that is not comfortable to say out loud. We must be willing to give up some comforts for the sake of a comprehensive movement strategy. We cannot pursue justice in theory while funding and patronizing injustice in practice. And we cannot pursue justice comfortably. It's not possible. Last fall, Health Forward Foundation made a missional and purpose-driven, yet risky and consequential decision. We are the only funder in our region that lobbies and funds ballot initiatives. When our maps were gerrymandered, we made the high-stakes decision to fund the People Not Politicians campaign to overturn the maps, opposing the redistricting. Based on our climate, we knew someone would come for us. The Department of Justice, the Missouri Attorney General, a private litigant. And as we suspected, they came. We've been under a civil investigative demand since October of last year from the Missouri Attorney General. However, we're good because we were strategic, prepared, and ready. Not to mention, we have a CEO that stays on my face before the throne of grace. We good. My point is, in sharing that, we all need to get comfortable in the discomfort and put some skin in the game if we expect to prevail. To agitate, we must also focus on regenerating Black dollars. Black dollars are powerful. We spend over $1 trillion annually in this economy, and far too little of it circulates back into our communities. When corporations abandon us, when they strip DEI commitments at the first sign of political and social pressure, there must be consequences. Ask Target. When Pastor Jamal, Bryant, who we'll hear from this afternoon, launched the boycott in 2025, Target gutted its DEI commitments. We launched that boycott and we took Target to its knees. They lost $12.5 billion in market value. We did that. Foot traffic dropped. Their CEO was replaced. And the African American newspapers called it the most impactful Black boycott since the Montgomery bus boycott in 1960s. Target has since allegedly reinvested 97% of its $2 billion commitment to Black-owned businesses. That is what organized, strategic, and agitation looks like. We're putting a hurting on Target, so my question for Dr. Jamal this afternoon is, who's next? Now, the NAACP is calling our young Black athletes to agitate in the arena of college sports. Their out-of-bound campaign urges Black athletes and fans to withhold athletic and financial support from public universities and states that are stripping Black voting representation. Their message is plain. Black athletes should carefully consider whether they will generate wealth, prestige, and power for state institutions, while those same states strip their communities from political power in their gerrymandered maps. There are so many places to play. So the ask of our Black athletes is to leverage their agency and to choose justly. Missouri is not in the SEC, but as we just discussed, our own system has led the anti-DEI charge in higher education. So not only our athletes, our alumni, our families, their talent, we got to think about where our loyalties lie. Agitation also means reimagining how we care for and construct for one another when the government will not. The mutual aid models of the Black Panther Party, free breakfast programs, health clinics, community organizing, they were not charity. They were infrastructure. Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that was infrastructure before it was bombed to the ground. It is what happens when Black dollars circulate among Black people with intentional community investment. And we have done this before in Kansas City, right down the street. I had the pleasure of breaking bread over breakfast with Don Maxwell Sr. a couple of weeks ago. And he took me to school and shared with me how the Linwood Shopping Center originally came to be. Having the bold vision and the competency, but only some of the capital, he shared with me that the Black pastors, the neighborhood, some of the civic leaders pooled their dollars to give our community that was suffering from a nutrition desert a grocery store. That's collective impact. That's mutual aid. We've done this before. And when it was launched and when it was established, Mr. Maxwell shared that he was able to buy them out. And our community benefited for a while. We know we've had some challenges, but it's on the rebound. So we know, that's right, give it up for that. And for those of us who are stewarding major resources, giving our conditions, there is a mandate in the mantle. Let me say that again. For those of us who are stewarding major resources, there is a mandate in the mantle. When I arrived at Health Forward Foundation in 2020, 0% of our assets were managed by Black and Latino fund managers. Today, 70% of our $1 billion assets are managed by Black and Latino fund managers. I said 70% of our $1 billion assets are managed by Black and Latino fund managers. Because DEI in investment management equals high net asset returns. We've proved it, and that's agitating to many. In summary, we must participate, we must legislate, we must litigate, we must educate, we must agitate. That's how we win. In closing, I must remind us that equity is a biblical mandate, not just a cultural colloquialism. Isaiah 59:14 says, "Justice is turned back and righteousness stands afar off. For truth has fallen in the public squares and equity cannot enter." Yes, the Bible speaks of equity. Go look it up. That was written thousands of years ago. It reads like today's headline. Truth has stumbled in our federal administration. Justice has been turned back by 6 votes on the Supreme Court. Righteousness is standing far away in the halls of the Missouri legislature, in our federal Congress and Senate. This is not just a political crisis. It is a moral and spiritual one. And God did not leave us without a mandate or partnership. I know some of you are tired. I know this moment is heavy. I know our losses have been real. I feel it too. I see you. Ubuntu, I see you. It gets heavy. I am with you. Health Forward Foundation is with you. But I also know this. We have never needed the masses to drive the shifts that are essential to healthy and thriving and resource communities. We only need a critical mass, a principled, strategic, and united few. We need you. Women suffragists, including black women who stood to gain no voting rights, fought together for the 19th Amendment. Black citizens, including courageous teenage freedom riders, secured our civil rights. Workers paid inadequate wages successfully advocated for collective bargaining in the historic U.S. labor movement. They did it with significantly less resources than we have right here in this room. The conscience of man flames high in the hours of peril is what Dr. King said, and I believe our conscience is indeed flaming high. The question is, what are we going to do about it? So I'm asking you, all of you, Black Kansas Cityans and our non-Black comrades and co-conspirators in this fight, to get active. Participate, legislate, litigate, educate, and agitate. Organize our young people and refuse, absolutely refuse to let them win. Investing in the power of people, united by a righteous cause, has always been the best political calculus. So go from here with purpose, go from here with strategy, go from here with young people beside us. Go from here with prayer on your lips and action in your hips. And whatever you do, act and lead in love. Thank you.
Did not our hearts burn as she spoke this morning? Let's give her another great big hand. Come on, we can do better than that. Come on now. This is the Urban Summit.
Listen, we probably have time for about 2 questions. So I'll give the first option to Bishop. Any questions? No questions. So probably had time for 2 questions. We got one over here. Wait a minute. Hold on.
We are in wake of movement. My name is Bishop Ernest Jefferson, International Progressive Ministries. I've been in ministry for 51 years. I'm not a new face to Kansas City. I've been in Kansas City fighting for inequality, fighting for justice, fighting for education in rural communities and in all of our greater Kansas City metropolitan area on both sides of the state line. My question is, tonight at about 6:30, there are going to be about 3,000 youth headed to Crown Center tonight. My question tonight is, how many of you in the room tonight will come and join the pastors and ministers to address our youth and give them a place, if they do gather, a place or recommendations or referrals so that they won't go and tear down or burn up a place tonight? How many in this room would be willing to join us at Crown Center tonight at 6 p.m.?
Now, our goal is to ask the question to the speaker, so we appreciate that, but I don't know if you want to comment to that, but let's make sure the question is directed to...
Bishop Jefferson, I think it's a great charge and call, and thank you for making us aware of it. He asked how many. There's hands.
It's me now. It's me now. Okay, Qiana, I've known you for a long time. I always had high regard for you. One of the things that I've never understood is why in your early career did you kind of wake up to, or wake me up to, or most importantly, continue to support a group called the Gladiators? Please let them know how courageous you were way back then. Please do that.
Jim is so bossy. Mr. Nunley is referring to a group of women, black women, that I had the pleasure of leading some and leading with others at Swope Health when I worked there 15 years ago or more as a mid-careerist. Black women are often under attack in the workplace, just as we are under attack everywhere else. We were leading through some very challenging mandates and times. And so we made it a point from a collective impact and a behind-the-scenes organizing strategy to cover each other, to make sure that we were well, to make sure that we were well mentally, emotionally, spiritually. We prayed for each other. We met at each other's houses so that we can stay connected and make sure that we were good and thriving in the workplace. And 15 years later, we still meet quarterly. We're dispersed throughout different places in the community, leading in different seats. But it's important that Black women and all of us, including with our Black men, cover each other and stay connected in community. Thank you for the question.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate your speech, and I just want to ask a question, something that's pretty personal to me, in regards to the comments you made about us working together as a community, organizations coming together, and specifically about you saying you were funded. I don't, that's one thing, but what is the metric or measure or tool that you have to ensure the transparency that we work together? Because we're fighting for us to work together. We're trying to put egos aside, pride aside. We have a reality that's in front of us, and I don't think we're looking at it the same way. So what tool, measure, metric, rubric are you using to determine how we get to working together?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it's very fair, given that some of us are working together quite well, and in other scenarios there are factions where identities and personalities and history gets in the way. At Health Forward, we don't consider ourselves to have a measuring stick for anyone. However, being proximate and being deeply relational with our partners, we ask questions and we listen and we ask about who's not at the table, who needs to be at the table. Have you talked to them? What was said? And sometimes we fall back until people come together. And so we leverage whatever influence and support that we have in terms of access to dollars to ensure that people are partnering. Well, outside of that, it's our own political will. Do we want to allow our communities to stay under siege while we work in our silos or not? That's the simple question. Do we have the political will? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I wanted to ask, how would you encourage young people to get into organizations? Because as a young person who's nervous about a lot of stuff, it's hard for me to reach out, but nevertheless, this is still something that's very important to me, and I would rather be in the program than just watch everything sit idly by.
I love your spirit. Can we give her a hand for the question? First of all, the question that you've asked, even in managing whatever anxiety that you may have, it shows leadership. You are a leader. And so don't lose that. You have courage. Don't lose that. I think it's really important to volunteer. There's people in this room who can put you to work today. Y'all see her, y'all go find her. Volunteer. There are paid and unpaid opportunities, and while we should be paying our youth, especially for intern roles or at least stipends, don't be afraid to volunteer to get exposure and to learn. Ask questions, be the squeaky wheel, be curious. If you maintain that curiosity and courage despite whatever anxiety that you have, you're gonna win. Thank you.
Let's give her one more hand. I will say this, I have heard and watched Qiana over the years, and when she says something, she always has something to say. Some people get up and talk, and they ain't really got nothing to say. She always has something to say, and that is significant. Now, a couple things I want to bring to your attention. First of all, the event that was announced is a youth gathering at Crown Center, and what day is that? today at 6:30, and all are welcome, correct? All are welcome. They're gathering to, all right, tell me what the, this is the agitation thing.
Yeah, and so I think he's asking for people to come out and be interveners and kind of try to rein the young people in. But there's also another opportunity. On 28th and Prospect, there will be a prayer, revival, evangelism, outreach program from 6 to 8 on 28th and Prospect this evening that will be held by Brothers Loving Brothers organization.
Okay. All right, so keep those things in mind. A couple of other things I want to do. Now, whenever you have a building that go up, a lot of people look at the beauty of the building and don't pay attention to why it's standing. It is standing because footings and a foundation was put there to make it stable. Our footings and foundation in the Urban Summit really center around those who support us. And so I want to just take a moment to highlight some sponsors who stepped up to the plate to become our foundation so that we continue to do the work that we do. One of them is the Health Forward Foundation. And the Health Forward Foundation is solid on purpose, not by accident, because in the heart of the leader, we see the work and the passion and the impact that they have. And so the speaker that you just heard, the fire that comes from them and the impact that they have in the community is because it's in our heart. And so we appreciate that. The other person who has that fire in her heart is, of course, our own Gwen Grant. So the Urban League is one of our sponsors that we really want to highlight. A foundational element in our community that's been here from when I was a kid going to the clinic all the way up to now, the continual growth of the Samuel U. Rogers Health Center, which is a significant contribution to us. And then Heavy Construction Association is one of our champions to keep us on track with those. So we just kind of want to highlight those sponsors and let them know that we really, really, really appreciate all the things that you're doing and what you do to continue to keep us solid and continue to be an anchor so that we can stand. All right, so as we begin ready to start going back into our program, here's what we know is those who are still talking, if they're next to you, tell them to be quiet kindly so that you can hear the program before I start calling out names. All right, those who are candidates, please come to the stage now. And let me say this, it is always great to hear a good presentation. And the next great thing to that, or equal to that, is a conversation with Gwen Grant. And so we call it Fireside Talk Chat, and she is going to lead us in the conversation. I really don't want Eric to be talking while we're in the middle of doing this. Eric, can you please allow us to move forward, if you don't mind? All right. And so we really want you to give attention to this conversation, because when you sit in on these chats, you learn just as much as you learn when there's a good presentation that's going forward. So Gwen is going to lead us through this, and we thank you for that. What am I hearing? So we are hearing sounds coming out here. There you go.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay. Qiana Thomason, girl, you rocked it this morning. Just give her another round of applause. I am just always inspired and encouraged when I see young Black women showing up and showing out for our community. So we sincerely appreciate you. And you brought so much wisdom this morning, because you're right on point about the importance of engaging young voices. And that's exactly what's been happening with the Urban League and the Urban Summit. We're wanting to mentor, to support young Black activists to take the leadership mantle to carry our community forward, to pass that torch. And so about a month or so ago, we asked Eric Hawthorne, who is our economic development cell leader with the Urban Summit, to bring together young people between the ages of 21 and 35 so that we can begin to talk about how we can work together moving forward to address change, systems change in Kansas City, particularly as we prepare for the August primary and the November midterm elections. How do we get together, mobilize the vote, educate the electorate, and move forward with the common goal? So we held 2 focus groups at the Urban League, and it was so inspirational, these young, highly intelligent folk who are connected to community. And we asked a lot of questions, but we referred to research from an organization called HIT Strategies. And we had Terrence Woodbury at the Urban Summit annual conference last year, and he shared this very compelling polling data about Black voter mindset. And we targeted in on that 21 to 35 year group because that's the group that typically does not show up at the ballot box. And they get a lot of criticism about that. And Qiana was on point. We should not be judgmental. We should not be preachy. We should try to understand why they don't show up, why or they disengage. But what was enlightening for us in this conversation is that they're not disengaged. They're highly engaged, but they're also highly ticked off with what the system is doing and how the system has failed them. So this morning, we're going to have this conversation with them, and then we're going, while these folks who want to be Jackson County executive will listen, and then we will engage them in dialogue with this group because we're going to want to know, are you really listening? Do you hear what they say? And then why should they vote for you? Why should they show up? So let's get started. So let me talk a little bit. First, let me tell you who's here. So we start here to my right, and is Millie Mansoure. And Millie is the senior editor and director of Radical Media. I love your title. Radical Media Initiatives. Radical, I like that. Radical Media Initiatives at the Kansas City Defender. And then we have Justin Tindall, who is a musician with Metropolitan Spiritual Church of Christ. Amaya Cook, who is the founding member of Decarcerate KC. Eric Hawthorne on the end, who is our Urban Summit Economic Development Cell leader, and Jeremy Tindall, who is the owner of Tindall Made and a youth pastor at Metropolitan Spiritual Church of Christ. Now these, you hear all those Tindalls, these descendants of Bishop James D. Tindall, so he is leaving his mark on Kansas City for sure, right? Okay. So what we learned from the HIT Strategies data is that, that economic pain is driving political behavior. Young voters don't feel heard. Many feel the systems are not delivering results. Trust in institutions is low. Black voters want leaders who fight and not simply manage decline. And that policy alone is not enough. People want vision, they want authenticity, and they want action. And another thing we heard from them is that, when we talked about Trump's Project 2025, and the comparison is that the Republican Party and Trump, they had a plan. Project 2025 is a plan, and they're executing that plan. The opposition, the Democratic Party, is speaking about how bad that plan is and the harm that that plan is doing, but they're not offering an alternative plan, an alternative strategy to address the problems and the concerns of Black people as a whole, and particularly young activists, young voters between the ages of 21 and 35. So with that in mind, and I'm just going to start here with you, Millie, and we've got to share these microphones. Oh, you got one down there. Here, you can take this one. You got it. Okay, go ahead. Make sure it's on. So I'm going to start with you. Okay. So I'm going to start with you, Millie. So when you hear folks talk about, oh, young people don't vote, and our ancestors died for us to have the right to vote, and so we should show up and vote every time. How does that make you feel? And what really motivates you to be fired up about going to the ballot?
Yeah, when I hear that, I think of a lot of things. I do, of course, think of all of the sacrifices made by ancestors and lots of elders who, of course, are still alive today because the civil rights, the civil rights history, it's still very much present. I always think, though, that voting is it's not a given in the sense that politicians are entitled to votes from people. I think oftentimes we do talk about voting as something done out of compulsion, which I do understand. You exercise the rights that your ancestors fought for. But I think a lot of young people are kind of tired of having to choose between the lesser of two evils, quote unquote. That is something that, ever since I started voting in 2016, I've always heard this politician might not be who you're looking for, but they are better than this other politician. It's always comparative, and that's never really been a starting point for, policy or whether or not that aligns. But that's always kind of been the choices offered to young people. And so I think that nowadays, a lot of people are more so of the mindset of their vote needs to be earned. You aren't just going to get it just because voting is something, that should happen. It's a great thing when people feel called to vote, but I think the calling is the major factor in that.
Okay, so pass the mic down too. So Justin, what does a politician, or what would one of these candidates have to do or say to earn your vote?
Just show up for the people. I mean, it's that simple. Be authentic in what you say and make it to where it's for the people and not just for your friends or people close to y'all. It should just be for the people and how you benefit us.
So, Amaya, I mentioned how young people feel abandoned by political and civic leaders. So, what are some examples? How would you define how civic and political leaders have abandoned you? What do you think about when we say, you've been abandoned?
Yeah, I think from what I've experienced and from what I here on the ground organizing with many young people who are living in Kansas City, young people are feeling disillusioned, and it's not just because of a feeling of being abandoned by political leaders. It is because young people are abandoned by political leaders. For myself, I was born in 1998. I'm on the cusp of being Gen Z, millennial, and the world that I was born into in America was one of chaos. We entered into a war following 2001. Then we shortly after entered into a recession, and we saw a lot of the repercussions of some of the policies that were made before we were born, and how that impacted Black people, not just in this country, but in Kansas City. And now, looking at the state of the world, because of the policies that were made, we are in a housing crisis. Many people cannot afford to live and stay in their communities that they were raised in, if they so choose. Many people are facing a financial crisis. They can't afford groceries. They can't afford basic necessities like gas, which is still hiking up because of the war that we're now entered into. And I don't think that these are just because of abstract feelings that people are having, but it's because of the tangible impacts of policies that were made by people who do not look like them, and they do not understand that experience. And I think a really big part of that too, from what you were sharing, Ms. Grant, about we're as Democrats, progressives, even at some leftists, There are some things we're up against where you constantly have to be on the defense. With the vision that's been made by Project 2025, a lot of the backlash from, an Obama presidency where we saw white supremacy spewing and people upset with some of the progress that happened. And I think the really big thing that we've learned in the past presidential election is that we can't have our opposing vision be our vision for progressives. Opposition or opposing a side is just a tactic. It is not an alternative vision. And I think when you talk to young people and engage with young people, they know what they need in order to see this country thrive, this democracy thrive. They need affordable housing. They need access to public transportation that's also affordable. They need to afford groceries. They need to afford gas. All of the things that anyone, not just young people, needs in order to get by and survive. So I think that in understanding who young people are, you have to take into account that we entered into a world that really wasn't set up for our success.
So, Jeremy, you were in the conversation, and we were talking about the mindset of young black men. So, after hearing everything that everyone else has said, what is your perspective on the abandonment of political leaders and civic leaders and the pathway forward to engage young black voters?
Yes, I would say that a lot of times as just a young black man, there's so many things that we have to worry about. Things that we will talk about and things that we don't talk about. Just as a black man, we're already told that we have to be strong. We have to not express our feelings, our emotions. And so, but we are frustrated. We are upset. And until we understand that a closed mouth don't get fed, we have to be able to say something, speak up, speak out. But also, as a young black man, I won't settle. I will not settle just because you say you're a Democrat or just because you say these one things. We've had so many quote unquote Democrats run as Democrat, but once they get into office, they get amnesia. They forget that they were with us. They forget that they were on these panels. They forget that we were the ones who spoke up for them, and now they make us look like we didn't know what we were talking about. And so we don't want to keep voting for wolves in sheep's clothing. We don't want to continue to settle for someone who feeds us something good, who's smile in our face, because it's enough already that we deal with day to day in corporate America in the workforce, where we have people who's lying in our faces, who wants to just get ahead, who wants to use us to get ahead. We're not going to settle for that. And so just being a young black man, being a father, it's going to take a lot, because there's a lot of things that's happened within the Democratic Party or within just the country that has really made us feel like a lot hope. I know we say no vote, no hope, but it takes a lot to have hope. And we have to, and as a representative of us, you have to be able to carry that, not just when you get elected, not a couple months after you get elected, not a year after you get elected, but when you've got your position, you have to be able to remember us, because we have a voice. And like I said, we won't settle. Some people will say, oh, you have to vote this way, or you have to because it's the quote unquote right thing to do, but what has the right thing to do gotten us? What has it gotten us? We're still in the same situation, and what I don't want to do, I don't want situations like that. I don't want Urban Summit. We've been here for 19 years. I don't want these years to go in vain. I want us to come back in year 20, 21, 22, seeing actual change in our city, in our state, in our country, but it starts locally. And it starts who we put in the office and who we put into place.
I'm just beaming. Just aren't they inspirational? I mean, just speak the truth, and hearing young people, speak truth to power, it just feels good. So, Eric, what is the pathway forward to truly engage you? Like, where do we go with this passion, this, that you all have to bringing about the change? How can we best support young people and engage young people in crafting our plan, our strategy for change?
Well, I think it's actually quite simple. I think right now is a good start. We have our local officials here and willing to engage in discourse, I hope. Being able to come together, formulate thought, and come out as one unified voice. I think that's what is the most important thing to do. There was a lot of work put into this panel, especially with Ms. Grant and Bishop Tindall and our executive director, Tina Williams, what they wanted to put into play. They wanted us to come together, create a think tank, and be a microcosm of what the larger picture is. And what you have seen is a lot of people that are disenfranchised with the vote. Some of the things that were prevalent in the 60s and 70s in terms of voting Democrat, voting blue, no matter who, I think those days are pretty much over. What we identified in the focus group was that people became a little bit disillusioned after the election of President Obama in terms of pulling the votes out and then engaging in the vote, but not really getting anything on the back end. What you saw were like the big banks getting subsidies and corporations getting subsidies. You saw that people were getting bailouts. But what happens to our community? When do we get a bailout? Exactly. So what you'll find is that people, our small victories are celebrating a grocery store to stay open. That should be a basic human right, to have a grocery store within walking distance. We should not have to fight for that. We should not have to fight for safe sidewalks, safe parks for our children to play. We should not have to fight for safe streets. We should not have to fight for education. But yet, here we are, decades later. The same fight that Ms. Grant, Bishop Tindall, and other civic leaders around Kansas City were fighting decades ago, we're still fighting. So rather than spinning the wheels, the Urban Summit is currently figuring out a strategic method in which we can mobilize, organize, and execute. And it does not matter anymore if you are Democrat or Republican. It's how are you going to get me the resources? How are you going to put your plan into action? How can we as a community come together to support one another so that we can grow our neighborhoods, build our communities, and make our community a safe place for our children? So I think that's the long-term vision, short-term and long-term.
So let's talk a little bit about Jackson County, because we're going to engage these candidates, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. But we're going to engage them. So tell me what you know about Jackson County government and how Jackson County is there for the people. What is Jackson County supposed to do versus what it's doing? Do you understand? Do you all aware of the role of the Jackson County executive? So let's talk about that. In the context of, we want to bring about change. We want to change systems. We want to empower our community. And we have, how many of you all? And we got up here today, 6, but about 9 or 10 people running. It's a whole bunch of y'all who want to be Jackson County executive. And so we got to sort through all that and decide who we're going to vote for. What issues in Jackson County are important to you? Either one of you, just pass it down.
I think the youth is a big issue right now. it's a lot going on in the city, and it's a lot going on in Jackson County, and also just a lot of smoke screens. It seems like you got the whole development thing with the Chiefs and the stadiums. You got the Royals downtown, but what about what's happening in the community and everything? And I think that no one shows up for us at the end of the day. I mean, I feel like we're just left behind. I feel like the Jackson County executives, they're just so focused on this one problem when you got other people that are just suffering.
So, yeah, you can pass it. Did you want to say something, Amaya? But let me just say, you mentioned the stadiums, Jackson County. What are you all's thoughts on that? The city, that's a city issue with the stadium now, but the Jackson County still owns the sports complex, and they have to make decisions about the sports complex. I know you also have some feelings about the decision to fund the Royals to move downtown without there being a vote of the people on that. I know there's some feeling about that. But within the confines of what Jackson County can do, there is a sports complex out there that they own, and both the Royals and the Chiefs are not going to renew their lease. The Chiefs are moving to Kansas. The Royals are moving downtown. So how does that impact you? And what are your thoughts on what would you want to say to these people if they are Jackson County executive, and how they would develop that property out there?
Just in my personal opinion, I think just building another stadium or just losing the Chiefs, I'm neither here nor there about it. My thing is what my community looks like and what's going on in my community. And I drive past those stadiums every day. If the county really cared, that area would be cleaned up. That hotel would be cleaned up. Those overpasses. There's so much property out there that instead of building new stadiums, that could go back. We could put that money towards cleaning up those streets, adding new businesses over there, help with homelessness over there, which would bring more jobs if we put more businesses over there. But they wanted to cater more to the rich, more to the powerful, and then tearing down parts of downtown for a team who just lost last night. It doesn't make sense to me. A team that's at the bottom of their division, it doesn't make sense to me that you'll care more about keeping a team. Is it nice to have? Is it nice to have teams? Yes, it is. Do they bring finances into the city? They do. But what is it looking around? Yeah, you can have a really beautiful stadium, but if everybody around it don't have a home to live in, if around the neighborhoods is filled with trash, if you have to tear down small businesses to build up this business, who are you working for at that point? Why would you want, even when they wanted to go to the crossroads, all those small businesses down there, they would have to close and get demolished to build to build this really nice stadium that's only going to be filled a third to the capacity. It make sense. They can't even fill the Kauffman Stadium right now. So just because you put lipstick on a pig, that's going to make it right? That's not how this works. That's not how being for the people works. You have to start from the beginning. What is causing these things to happen? Why do we have a lot of homelessness? Why do we have people who can't get a loan? Why do we have young people who don't have anywhere to go after high school? But yet y'all be quick to lock them up. Y'all be quick. They built this really nice jail. Okay, so y'all already are predestining them to go to jail. But yeah, I don't see any new institutions popping up that's going to help them from high school to transition, because they say, oh, go to college, get a trade. Those are not people's ministry sometimes. But do that mean they don't matter?
Yeah.
Do that mean that don't matter? And so that's my take on the stadiums, because it's just, you have to look at the bigger picture than just a team.
Yeah. All right. So, Millie, you want to add to that, and then before you do, let me just refresh your memories on the role of Jackson County on the things. So, the Jackson County executive he drafts the budget. He submits the annual budget to the county legislature. You have combat that functions under Jackson County, which is funding for, substance abuse treatment, programs of that nature. You have the Jackson County Executive Office of Administration. They manage the daily operations of Jackson County. They collect the real estate tax. So, the real estate tax debacle, which was central to Frank White being recalled. They run the Housing Resources Commission, which are concerns about affordable housing and access to housing. So they oversee the correction system, the jail. So I'm just reminding you of those things. So you go ahead now, Millie, and you can respond.
I just wanted to quickly also speak to the Royals' point. I think you made some really great points, which I completely agree with. One, as someone who's not from Kansas City, I moved here 4 years ago. One thing I noticed definitely is how much energy and resources are put into sports here. And of course, that is a big part of, the local economy. But I do think with this Royal Stadium, it is a great representative of the city's priorities and urgency. A lot of the times when, we talk about the stadium or kind of how it reflects funding, right? A common retort is it's not really the same pot of money, so it's not an apples to apples comparison, which is true. But I do think instances like that do reflect, regardless, kind of where priority and urgency lies for a lot of, policymakers and power players in Kansas City. I know that Royals' vote happened really quickly and really discreetly without the knowledge of the general public, and our city's general revenue is used to back the TIF funding that is supposed to, of course, fund this stadium. So that means that our resources as a community, as a city, are, what's backing, are the bottom line behind this stadium that very well, like you said, could not really, see people being having, just people in the seats. It might not see as many people in the seats and the money coming back. So that is like a signal to people that our legislators and our people just in power in the city, they see our resources, our, the money that funds our streets and our, everything else that we need to just basically that falls in comparison to what the priority here is, which is the stadium. And of course that is seen as a source of revenue. I think a lot of the messaging that is sent to people and business owners is this is something you could get buy-in from. It can bring a lot of money and a lot of jobs. But even within itself, that's very much a limitation, right? We're talking about being able to work and do concessions and make minimum wage or maybe above that. That's not empowering. That is just continuing the same system that we already live within. People can already go out and get jobs in which they are able to, of course, pay their bills, make money, but that's not the same as investing in housing. That's not the same as investing in transportation, the things that actually empower people, So I don't know, I do see this as just another priority for the city. And when they tell us that they don't have it to be able to prioritize other things that people ask for, housing, transportation, other alternative resources, mental health resources, there's always this sense of we can't, there's limitations. But then when it comes to things like a stadium, you see how quickly, at the drop of a hat, that's able to be brought about. So that really shows me that when politicians say something is not possible, of course there are limitations, red tape, bureaucracy, all of that has to do with what does come to pass. But ultimately, if it's something that they want, it's something they'll figure out. If there's a will, there's a way. And so that same urgency should be applied to the things that do actually impact, everyday people, not just sports stadiums.
Great. So Amaya, let's talk about the corrections issue. I know you have a lot of passion about building jails in Jackson County. The county executive oversees the correction system. Jackson County Jail, the new jail is being built, or is it finished? It's open. Yes, it's now finished. So your perspective on that, Amaya.
Yeah, so I think to give a little bit more context to where I'm coming from, with my organization, Decarcerate KC, we are focused on organizing for alternatives to incarceration in Kansas City. And a lot of that comes down to, the impacts we see of mass incarceration in this city. Majority of people who are locked up in Kansas City are Black. Majority of people who are locked up are dealing with issues of substance use, mental health, poverty, the things that contribute to a cycle of going in and out of jail, prison, and my colleague mentioned here, a lack of opportunities that are provided as well. And I think that, one of the things that I still sit with to this day in developing the Jackson County Detention Center that is now complete is that land was essentially built on where a community was. There were people who lived in homes, and the county came to them with this project, disregarding their lives, and it was a trailer home. And so disregarding their experiences, they were already a disenfranchised people being on that land, and the county essentially removed them. A tenant organization had to actually organize with them in order to even get them benefits to move from that land so that they could build a jail facility. And I just want everyone to sit with that tension that the city, the county, they are making decisions by removing people from their homes, removing people from poverty from their homes to lock more people up in this community. And I hear the other side of things with the facility downtown. It is in decrepit conditions. People deserve more. They deserve to live in a place and not even live, because that's not living. Jail is not, you're not living. You're essentially in transition. But to be in a place where you can be safe and can have good food, can have stability, so that when you are released, you have more and better opportunities. But I think that in that situation and how the county and the city dealt with bargaining for that land, dealt with potential to build a combined facility, what was really brought to the surface was that the county and the city were not actually interested in hearing from the people about alternatives to building the jail, where else we could put hundreds of millions of dollars just to construct a facility in social services. They were going at it with each other because they couldn't actually reach an agreement about building something that was downsized, building something that would cost taxpayers less dollars. And because of that, now as a city and a county, we are ending up with 3 new jail facilities being built within the next 5 years of our city's lifetime. And those 2 other jail facilities at the city level are sitting right across from an elementary, middle, and high school where mostly Black and brown students live and go to school and their families. And I think that what I want to see from any county executive, anyone at the county level and the city level, because they do work together in some ways, including the stadium, is the ability to actually find collaboration and agreement in making decisions, and the ability to actually look out and see what the people are dealing with, their material conditions, before moving forward with these $100 million decisions. So I'll leave that there.
Eric. Oh, Eric has a mic. Eric, do you want to add anything?
I would just, she encapsulated it so perfectly, there's really no need to follow up. But I think that we as a community, we look at that, particularly when we see that people were removed from their homes. Going back and, this is anecdotal, but going back and forth as a kid from off of 40 Highway through that area to something like a Blue Ridge Mall when it was out there at the time, I would often ask my grandmother, what are those over there? And she would say, oh, those are people's houses. And she would say, I was like, well, those don't look like a house. She said, well, not all houses look the same. Some people have less means and some people have more means. It's whatever God blesses you with. And the fact that the city would come in and just take the land from people who don't even have anything, and that's all their livelihood, says a lot about the priorities of the city. Also, as well, with going back to the stadium situation, and the fact that we are combating the recidivism rate within our community and trying to build jobs and build economic development. This is counterintuitive to that. We're building jails. We're not building businesses. We're not building homes. And that is what is particularly disheartening.
So as you all think about getting ready to vote, you know, I know you're going to vote in the August primary. All of these young people said they do vote, and we were happy to hear that. So what's top of mind for you as you prepare for the August primary? And the Jackson County Executive is on the ballot. The Central City Economic Development Sales Tax Renewal will be on that ballot. Two really important issues. So what's top of mind for you as you think about voting in August? And a two-point question. What's top of mind for you? And what messaging, how do we need to message to mobilize young voters to the polls for the August primary?
One thing at the top of my mind is undoing a lot of the things that Frank White did when he was in office. Because the way I look at it is, right now there's a property tax freeze, I believe, for businesses, and they're giving credits. But what are you doing for the businesses who people who already lost their businesses, lost their house because they couldn't pay for property tax? How will you reimburse them for that? Making sure, because in my personal opinion, I'm looking for a candidate who don't want to increase homelessness. And that's basically what they do. Like when they talk about taking people's homes to build a jail, that means you care more about jailing people than keeping them off the streets. Like when you taking people's houses, you're essentially making them homeless. When you're charging 3 times the amount for property tax, you're caring more about money than to keeping them off the streets. So me personally, I will be looking at a candidate who cares not only when the camera is on, but when it's off. Seeing a candidate's face outside of forums like this where you're supposed to be here. Well, you're not even supposed to be here, but opportunities to show your face. Like, what are you doing behind closed doors? That's what I'll be looking for. Because you can smile in my face. I think there's a song that talks about backstabbers. So that is what I'm really looking for, is a candidate who's genuine, honest, and really will still think about us.
I would say the candidate that I'm looking for, the bar should not be, well, I'm not Frank White, all right? It should be, what am I going to do for the community? How am I going to create jobs? How am I going to create affordable housing? How am I going to create a robust business structure? Those sort of things. I listen to KMBZ quite a bit, so I hear, like you, Mr. Abarca, talk quite a bit to Dana and Parks or whatnot about some of the issues that have gone on with Mr. Wright. One of the things that I think is crucial is that you have an executive that is present. There were a lot of times where Mr. White wasn't present at certain situation. So if you're not present, then how do you know what's going on with the people? How do you know what's going on in the day-to-day lives of the everyday folk? And I think that a commitment to being professional, listening to the people, listening to the community, and executing and being a man or woman of your word is one of the most crucial things that I would look at as somebody who would vote for county executive.
Okay, so we'll hear from you. I want to hear from all of you on that. Go ahead, Millie.
Yeah, on a similar note, sticking to your word, but I also think that a lot of young people are kind of disinvested from just simply like hearing the right thing. A lot of language is like accessible and oftentimes co-opted nowadays, like, you know, certain words or buzzwords or certain just ideologies that you might hear repeated in political spheres, but you don't see implemented in actual policy. So I think young voters aren't looking to just hear the right thing, but see actual, you know, proof that you are vested in your community and putting your money where your mouth is, basically. Like, do people in your community know you? Can they like speak to you being outside and organizing or doing whatever it is necessary to see change in your community? Is your name, you know, like first time people in your community seeing your name is on a ballot? That is a glaring red flag. So it's about what, you know, you can be doing like in the moment, in addition to just selling people what you can do once you get in office, because there's always something that you're able to do regardless of your position of power. So what have you been doing and what are you continuing to do? People are definitely looking out for that. And one thing I'll also add from a journalist's perspective, I think, I would say I would never want to be a politician. It's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it. So even with like the assessment stuff, with the Frank White thing, all I'll say is that from like talking to different people and like working with writers who worked on that story, for example, like I know with the assessments, there was a lot that came to that from the fact that the county like property taxes weren't being assessed right in the first place. So when somebody actually started doing what was supposed to have been happening, it then fell on that person. All of that fell on that person and like, you know, their seat versus like a much larger issue. So I just know that a lot of the times things that happen within like politics, there's lots of nuance that goes on within that. And I don't think people kind of get that, but it's a lot in like the messaging, right? It's the onus is on people who are in the political field to let people know that things might not be A or B, but A, B, and C, you know? So a lot of the times, like being on the other end, trying to reach out to people who are in power, it's like it's hard to get in touch with them, which of course I'm sure you're busy, but at the same time, if you were to prioritize, you know, really speaking up and speaking on behalf of yourself or letting people know things that they might not know just because it's not our jobs to know everything about our civic process. Like, of course it is. We should be civically engaged, but politicians do, you know, the nitty-gritty on our behalf. We're not going to know that automatically. That needs to be messaged to people. Otherwise, you know, narratives can just get ahead and spread really fast without all of the nuance. But that onus is on politicians to like really connect with journalists and people in their community to truly give them insight on what's happening in these closed door spaces, because we're not going to know, and it's hard to know, and that's also by design in a lot of ways. But let people know what's actually going on, how things work, because even what I'm saying with the Frank White stuff, a lot of people in conversation didn't know what I was saying until when I was talking to them, but decisions had already been made and narratives had already spread by that time. So nuance is important, but that nuance has to be told to people.
Okay. Maya?
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of that. I think that, you know, a part of it is building a platform and a vision that, you know, speaks to the investments we need as a community. We need affordable housing. We need alternatives to incarceration. We need affordable transit. All of these things that make our communities better. And I think another big part of that in building a platform is actually engaging with young people. Like, don't just build a platform and then go to young people and say, I have a platform for you, without actually listening to what they have to say about it. And I think that politicians often do that in their races, and I think a lot of it is about who is actually showing up to vote, timing, where they're putting their priorities. And so I would say, like, the actual engagement with young people is a really crucial piece if you want to actually hear about what issues are important for them. And I also want to say on that too, like, make sure you're meeting young people where they're at. Don't just say, oh, ice cream social with this politician happening next week, and then expect young people to go to that, because likely we're not going to go to that. Like, you have to, low key, but you have to actually find young people, ask what they need, ask how you can engage them on on a voting level in order to actually build the vision that they can also be a part of. And the very last thing I'll say to this, for whoever actually is elected in office, we don't just want to see a vision, we want to see implementation of that vision. And when you're actually able to implement the vision, you gain trust with young people. You are able to ignite the hope that we have in the future of our local democracy, so that we can continue to keep showing up to the polls, and so we can continue to have investments in who is running for office. So I would say, those are the three main pieces that I would like to see.
Okay, Justin?
I agree with all my fellow colleagues up here. They've all made great points and made great, great talking points. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to transition now. We're on schedule, Celestine. I'm getting your approval over there. We're right on schedule. So let's introduce our county executive candidates, starting here to my left. We have Bill Baird, who is the Lee Summit Mayor. We have Manny Abarca, who is currently chair of the Jackson County Legislature. Stacy Lake, who is an attorney in Kansas City. Ryan Meyer of Meyer Consulting Group, LLC. Dan Tarwater, former Jackson County legislator. And Holmes Osborne, a financial analyst. So welcome the Jackson County candidates. Give them a hand, you guys. Okay, so just to get us started, you each you've heard, you've been listening. So tell us what you heard. Starting with you.
Thank you, Bill Baird again. First off, I just think I heard from the future leaders of Jackson County and Kansas City. And that is the truth. I heard that you want to see proactive leaders. You want to see leaders that listen, that you want to see a proactive approach, but I think the way Amaya worded it was opposition is not a strategy. And so that takes planning, that takes strategy, it takes intentional work on the part of politicians. Gosh, I don't like that word. Elected officials is what I prefer. And I think that I have a lot of answers to that. And I want you to know that I'm not just the former mayor of Lee Summit. I had 2 terms, was term limited. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I was a former teacher, a former college athlete that played with people of every background and every life experience and every color. And I learned early on that teams are made and strong teams are like strong communities. They're made of a diversity of opinions and backgrounds and race, and that's how you win. And when it comes to how do you keep, what I heard today is that they don't want to be told that, oh, the young people do not want to be told that they need to show up somewhere. Somebody said that we need to come to them where they are, and that is exactly right. And how do you do that? How do you do that? I can tell you how you do it. You diversify your boards. You make sure the young people are on all your boards. You don't have a board commission or a spot for them, you create an advisory board of people right here, just like this, so that you have them at the table, so that they're constantly in front of you, and you are going to them and listening like moments like this. So yeah, we need to show up to things like this. We do need to show up. But we need to keep that going nonstop and implement. There's all kinds of strategies, more than just advisory boards and commissions. I've done all that. I took a community that had no school board members of any color, no city council members of any color, and we've turned it into a community where we have representation that looks like our community, just like I fought for with the school district to make sure that we were hiring teachers that looked like our students. That's how you get politicians that don't make policy just because they for people that look like their own selves. You get people involved and empower the young people and people that are diverse so that they're part of the decision-making process. Thank you.
My name is Manny Abarca. I'm the chair of the Jackson County Legislature, elected by my colleagues. And I think there's a couple here. If you are Jackson County Legislature, please raise your hand. 2 out of 9. We, two at least, make up the first ever majority-minority legislature in the 200-year history of Jackson County. And through that collaboration, we have had the opportunity to unlock $35 million to the community this last year after fighting for 4 years to get COVID money out the door from 2020. A majority of that money went to nonprofit organizations that are addressing a lot of the issues that you're talking about now. The legislature is incredibly powerful if it knows its power and its worth. If it doesn't, the executive becomes extremely powerful and managing, operating, and leveraging every aspect of county government. It is important to make sure those entities work together. The new legislative body that is going to come before us, it's going to be a population of at least 6 new people. There's going to be a new majority. That collaboration has to be across the hall. For the first time in my term and our terms of 4 years, we've had the ability to enter the county executive suite. And for the last 7 months, we've had the opportunity to work collaboratively with our county executive now for the first time since we have been in that office. It is incredibly amazing to know what we can accomplish now and where we're going. We're talking regional housing funds that Legislator Payton is working on, creating to guarantee, like the city's housing trust fund, we have dedicated dollars in a fund source earmarked just for housing, in addition to Bishop Tindall's monies, which are not enough, by the way.
Manny, let me jump in here, though. I need you to answer the question, what did you hear?
Fair enough. My apologies. I hear a lot of challenges in what the opportunities coming out of Jackson County are, and a lot of barriers that you feel we're not producing enough. And for the last 3.5 years, I think several of us have focused on righting the wrongs of Frank White, and the only way we could figure that out is to recall. And so now, as we have said many times, our opportunity for the next remainder of our term is to focus on what the vision and dream should be from Jackson County, because for the first time ever, we can do it with the collaborative effort of the executive. So I'll stop there.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Stacy Lake, and just as a short intro, I'm a proud daughter of Stacy Battle, who was a community activist, but also a dentist in the area. I'm a proud granddaughter of Jean Bates, who was not only the first Black woman to graduate from Lincoln University with a business degree, but also opened up a floral shop called Classic Touch in Crown Center. And I'm the proud great-granddaughter of Dr. Reverend Siri S. Myers, who was a famous pastor and a community organizer in the Kansas City area. And what I've heard today from the youth here is that local government hurts us. Our current local government hurts our community when our local government should be helping our community. And this is because the policies that are passed by our local government are failing our community. Instead of investing in our community, they're extracting wealth from our community. And thank you. And one of those examples is the property tax crisis. In 2019, when the property tax crisis, when the first property tax crisis happened, we have to recognize that in the East Side, 70% of the house values on the East Side had increases in their property taxes by 70%. In 2019, the unemployment rate on the East Side was also between 30% to 40%, and hundreds, if not thousands, of the residents in our area lost their homes. They became homeless. They, basically, they couldn't go to the government to help them. They were abused by the government and essentially left in a worse position. And because of this, in 2019, I actually went out to the community to try to find somebody to run against Frank White, because I recognized that his policies were hurting the community. And when nobody stood up, I was the person who stood up, and I was the only person who contested Frank White. I was the only person that went out to the community to try to tell people that we can change our community for the better, that we don't have to accept these failed policies of our past. And unfortunately, I lost the Democratic primary by 4 percentage points, but I believe at this moment we are at the point where we are going to vote for politicians who will bring forth revolutionary changes to our community, to help our community, to invest our community, and not to feed off of our community.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Meyer. Thank you all for being here, and especially thank you to the 5 of you, our panelists. What I heard across the board was a tremendous amount of frustration and a certain level of disgust, which has been very well earned from leaders up until this point. That's sort of the negative side of things. The positive side of things is that what I also heard was an extreme level of passion and detailed understanding of the challenges that we're facing, because while in many of your communities it's more acute for you and your neighbors and your friends, but these are challenges that we're facing across the county for most of the people that live in the county. And so, while you're very blunt about the challenges that we face, that's necessary, and I appreciate it, because it gives me hope that leaders like you are going to help elevate us out of this position that we've been stuck in for a long time, but much worse than the last decade. Additionally, there was a comment that people want to know what's going on behind closed doors. I think, sort of riffing off of what Bill said, a big part of dealing with that is putting you guys behind those closed doors so that you're in the conversation, and more importantly, making sure that there's not so many closed doors, so that those people that don't have the time to engage the way you do, that have 2 kids and 2 jobs, that they have a way of knowing what is going on, where their resources are going, what the explanation is for the failures, etc. Thank you.
I am Dan Tarwater, and yes, I was a legislator for years down there, and I might take just a moment to wish Bishop Tindall a happy birthday today. So happy birthday to you. I had the opportunity to work with Bishop Tindall and Jim Nunley, both of which were mentors, and I learned a lot because I listen, just like I was listening to you all. Yes, I do hear your frustration. Yes, I do hear that pent up anger that is there. And to Manny's point, working collaboratively with the county executive and the legislators. The sad part is none of these legislators have really ever had that because they've worked with Frank White. And this isn't about Frank. This is about collaboration. But more importantly, collaboration with you, to have those open doors, to come meet you in the community, to listen to you. I have some great ideas. Day one, be able to step in there and run the county. But I need to know what you want. What do we want to do with the stadiums, that came up before? You guys had some great ideas there. Yes, we need more business. We need to open up housing. One way of doing that is the Building Futures program that was done 2009, 2008, which is taking blighted houses, teaching kids in the community how to work with their hands, build those back and move a family into them. It gets rid of a blighted house and it moves someone into a home. We also need much more affordable housing. I have 3 children. One of them just moved home. Why? Because he can't afford an apartment, let alone a house. My daughter did buy a house here recently. She has a child, and we have our first grandchild, and very proud of that. But she couldn't buy a house because the down payment, the price of housing is insane right now. We need to free up more housing, which will then free up that market, because otherwise people are overpaying for everything right now. You guys are overpaying for everything, not just gas. And I understand that, and I will be open, and I am the one that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to get it done. I will get it done, and I will listen. So thank you for your time. Thank you for everybody's time. I very much appreciate it and appreciate the opportunity to be here. Gwendolyn, thank you.
Holmes Osborne, I heard what you have to say, and you're not happy about a lot of things in Jackson County. Let's talk about the new jail. Cost $300,000 per inmate to build. Sounds like a lot of money to me. Doesn't it sound like a lot of money to you? Okay. Let's talk about these proposed new stadiums over in Kansas and in Kansas City. What's wrong with the stadiums we have? Okay, they work just fine. Okay, so now they want to screw the Kansas taxpayers and the Jackson County taxpayers and the Kansas City taxpayers and the Jackson County taxpayers. Do you know how many billions of dollars just kind of disappear off into the ether here in Jackson County with all this building? You know, when I was taking my daughter up to this church today, I was looking at the masonry work, the size of the stones it took to build this church. Boy, they don't build them like they used to, do they? They're always wanting to build new stuff, new stuff. Let's get back to what you were talking about, though. Let's get back to voting, what the nice lady was talking about this morning. This is the 8th time I've run for political office. I started off in rural areas in Lafayette County where you had to get every single person whom you thought was a Democrat to vote. You had to get the African American communities. You had to get whatever small amount of labor people still vote, traditional Democrats, gays. Everybody had to get together, and we still got beat. Okay? I ran 2010, got beat 2-1. I ran 2012, got 41% of the vote, which is actually pretty good. Okay? I moved into Independence, Missouri, and I thought, okay, I'm in the city now, things are going to change. You know that in Independence, when we have something like a $50 million school bond, only 500 people vote? You know that in a city of 120,000 people, only 10% of the people vote who decides mayor is, and you only need 5,000 or 6,000 people to win? Do you know that whoever wins this election up here for county exec, they're only going to need 12,000 to 15,000 votes in a county of 713,000 people? Do the math. Think about this. If Jackson County and St. Louis County got together and voted, you know these rednecks out in the middle of nowhere wouldn't be running Missouri. You know who would be running the state. Do the math. It's there, okay? Now, whoever wins this election with 12,000 or 15,000 votes, okay, they're going to have to come back out into the areas where people don't vote, and it's all over Jackson County. I ran for election once in Independence, and there's a housing complex off 24 Highway, okay? I pull up on Dover Street with my laptop, and there must have been, I don't know, 5,000 to 10,000 people who live there. So I'm looking for D for Dover Street on my Excel. Guess how many people in this housing project voted? None. Swear you a stack of Bibles. I'm not making that up. Now, as a candidate, in the old days, I would have gone in there and got people registered to vote. I didn't have time, because when you're a candidate, you don't have time for that. You got to raise money, and talk to the voters, and then you move on and you get elected. But now we're getting our district chopped up.
Holmes, I'm gonna
Sorry.
bring you, yeah, you're going
I'm
on.
passionate.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're
very
going on.
passionate about the people.
I appreciate your passion.
I'm very passionate about young people.
Thank you for your passion, but I need to bring it back to this. Okay, so the county executive, oversees millions of dollars in public resources. How will you use your authority over and your influence, because the county legislature also has to approve the budget, but the county executive holds veto power. So how will you use your authority as a county executive to address economic mobility in urban communities, particularly as you look at, I want to tie it to something concrete, which would be the redevelopment of the sports complex. So when we redevelop properties, lots of money is spent, lots of money is made, and typically African Americans and other minorities are not included in those wealth creation economic development activities. What will you do to ensure economic mobility in the Black and brown communities as a result of redeveloping the sports complex? Start with you.
Well, the sports complex is an issue of economic development that is in front of us at this very moment as far as a priority. But you have to understand, if we're going to not put lipstick on a pig, if we're not going to put jails where residential homes used to be, if we're not going to make, if we don't want to make bad decisions, then we have to start strategic planning. You have to start doing strategic planning, and you have to follow that with comprehensive planning. Strategic being where you combine all of the issues that these fantastic individuals have been talking about: housing, affordable housing, economic development, safety, public safety, mental health, access, and so much more. And you talk about that in a strategic plan. And then in a comprehensive plan, which the county does not have, they have a use plan that they've tweaked a few times over 30, 40 years. Your comprehensive plan says, here's where we would like to see residential. Here's where we would like to see commercial. Here's where we would like to see manufacturing or jobs, that type of commercial. So that's how you do economic development effectively and efficiently. And the only way to do that is to find out what the citizens want. You have to engage the citizens. You have to get them involved strategically, and then also have the legislature right there, hand in hand with the community. So you make these decisions together as a community. You bring all stakeholders to the table, all the organizations, all the nonprofits, all the educational institutions. We bring them all in the room, we do strategic planning, and that is the approach. And then you follow that right up with comprehensive planning to say, how can we comprehensively make our Jackson County an economic hub where we're competing, where we're bringing those jobs, we're building those houses, where we are making them affordable. These are the priorities of the citizens, and we do it in alignment with the legislature. And I know I don't want to talk too long either, so I'll pass it on.
Without a doubt, when I got to the county, I asked for these strategic plans and these vision casts, and when I found there was nothing, it was a challenge. While I think we do those things, we also know and realize that the city of Kansas City, Missouri, the cities across Jackson County have had all these plans for many, many years. You've already outlined several of the issues that we can start with. We've got $750 million of deferred maintenance in Jackson County. How do we empower folks? We put them to work. We create opportunities for small business to work in the construction jobs we can create. How do we activate more localized economies? We include them in our vendors processes at the county. We buy products from them. Our shirts should come from local businesses. Those are the ways that we do it. No one has ever earmarked those priorities in Jackson County. We leverage the $300 million that we spend annually on stuff that we can consume for and from our communities. That's how we do it. That's how the executive leverage it. In the first 30 days, we have to budget for the entire year. That's what the executive and the legislature has to do. There are 6 new people. It scared the 3 of us to death when that was the first thing we had to do. But we did it, and we continued to do it. And that is what the next executive is going to have to do to empower your community immediately. Prioritize economic development, which we've not had in over a decade until Phil LaVota came in this administration. Those are the things we can do right now as the next executive.
One of the biggest priorities that I've always advocated for is that we need to audit the county. I don't think a lot of people really understand how our county right now is truly in a financial crisis. Nicole Galloway, our state auditor, in 2020 conducted a state audit, and she gave Jackson County government a poor rating, which is the lowest rating that a state auditor can give to a governmental entity. And she found multiple findings, but the most crucial one was that our budget was off by $100 million. And this wasn't $100 million that we were overspending, but this was $100 million that we literally had sitting in our bank accounts for years, but we just did not know about it due to an accounting error. And we have not, ever since that day, we have not actually invested the resources into conducting a deep scale audit because this hasn't been fixed. We still have a bunch of departments that are not audited properly. A lot of our money has been basically used that has not been tracked. We have millions of dollars that can be used for initiatives for our community, but are basically being used to continue a system that is funded by dysfunction. And so as your next county executive, one of the things that I'm going to do is to conduct a deep scale audit to find out where our tax dollars are going, to retool the budget to make sure that it's going to be invested back into our communities. And I'm going to give a very clear example about this as well. And also, when I'm talking about investing back into our communities, I'm also talking about so right now what we're doing is we're basically using independent contractors in order to do services that we have historically actually done inside the county. When we do these things, we take away local jobs and we give them out to industries that are not in Jackson County and not even in Missouri. A good example of this is Tyler Technologies, where the Jackson County legislature, they basically gave them $17.9 million to take crucial assessment department functions out of Jackson County government and basically, conduct our assessments their own. And so instead of us investing in our Jackson County government, instead of us creating jobs, creating local jobs, good paying jobs for our community, we basically gave $17.9 million to an international company, Tyler Technologies, that's owned by BlackRock, that has an invested interest to buy single-family homes in Jackson County, not to rent or to sell, but to hold in order to artificially increase our property values in our areas, to artificially increase our property taxes that hurt us. We need to bring that back in-house, and that's what I will do as your next Jackson County executive.
So the largest argument for the new detention center was that the facilities we had were overcrowded to an inhumane level, and they weren't safe for both the detainees and the staff. And those were accurate, and leaders that wanted the new detention center would say, eventually we're going to get sued in federal court. We're going to lose that suit after millions of dollars, and then we're going to have to build this thing anyway by a court order. And that was accurate, but you got to take a step back before that and say, why was it so overcrowded? Why couldn't we rehab the facilities that we have for a much smaller detainee population? And I'd say it's because we don't do hardly anything to deal with sort of the nexus of crime, which is mental health, drug abuse, and especially hopelessness. And when I'm talking about hopelessness, I'm talking about concentrated poverty. And so this new detention facility its biggest legacy is that it's going to be the largest drug treatment facility in the region, and it's going to be the largest mental health facility in the region. And that's not what it's supposed to be there for. We should be doing those things with professionals that specialize in that, in facilities that specialize in those issues. A lot of these people shouldn't be detained. And so that's where we need to move forward. The resources were there to build it. Why can't we build the human facilities that take care of people, that preempt any sort of criminal or, mental health crises? So that's where I'm at with the detention facility. As far as redeveloping the sports complex, if we end up tearing those things down, that's a big question. The infrastructure for water, sewer, electricity is already there. We could build a ton of housing there. And housing is an issue that we need. It'd be new housing in sort of the metro center. There'd be, shops and stores that people can go to in their neighborhood. It'd be a great asset going forward. We'll see if we can gather the political will to do that. But yeah, the detention center sort of just riled me up. I'll move on to Dan.
Okay.
The detention center is, I agree with you. It is the largest mental health, drug addiction place. We need more of that. Not detention centers, we need more places that will help it. I lost my brother to drug addiction. I tried everything to help him. KCCC, in other areas. And when I was in office, I was in the 4th District, which was in South Kansas City. So most of the funds that were allocated to my area, I would give into the city area. Why? Because we didn't really need it. But we did need drug addiction and mental health. And so I was able to get some of those things done. So definitely we need to use our resources for helping kids, helping the young, working together. And we can do that. The stadiums, I don't know if Kansas in the end is actually going to be able to build what they say they're going to be able to build. That money is not there. It's in the air. And talking to someone over there, and they said, well, the Chiefs can figure that out when they go to get their bonds. Well, it's kind of late. So I don't know if you're losing those or not losing those, but I do know that in 2005 and 2006, we worked closely with the community, and we built agreements that were built off of a Texas model, but we increased the minority participation. 95, 98% of all the work was done by people within Jackson County, and the minority participation was double what anywhere else was, because we made them do that. So where there's a will, there's a way, and we can do that again. So I also do want to look at those stadiums and see what can be done. There's 400 acres, 402 acres out in that facility right now. A lot of mixed use, a lot of other things can go in there if in fact they move. So right now, I don't know if they will.
Ma'am, could you read the original question, please?
The question was, you, as a county exec, you have major influence over hundreds of millions of dollars. How will you impact economic mobility with regard to the redevelopment of the sports complex?
Well, I think we can kill two birds with one stone. Taxes have gone through the roof, okay? We've got a $39 trillion debt down in Washington, D.C. We've got a war in Persia that nobody wants. How does that affect us here in Jackson County? Well, inflation drives up housing. It drives up the cost of taxes. So let's just take something simple like the downtown jail, which is going to be empty. Why does that need to be empty? We can hire local mom and pop contractors from right here in this part of town. Okay, stop wasting money. Stop wasting $300,000 per prisoner. We can fix that up. We can fix up the old stadiums. We can keep taxes low. We can hire plenty of folks from this part of town. it can be done.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to come back to, you all heard them. Do you feel like they heard you in their responses? Or do you, I mean, you don't have to be politically correct up here on our panel. You know, it's Urban Summit, so we say what we mean and mean what we say. So did they come across just like another group of politicians that will say what they think you want to hear them say versus telling you the truth? How did it feel?
To me, it started off hearing us, and then it turned into a political campaign again. I feel that it was heard at the surface level. Okay, this is what you feel, this is what I'm gonna do, and so what you can vote for me, and this is what I'm gonna do. That's fine. I heard that 1,000 times. You know, we have a president who told us what he was gonna do. You know, so I need to hear a little bit more. Like, yeah, in a wonderful world, yeah, you could do everything that you said you're going to do, but when adversity hits, when you have pressure from big businesses or from billionaires, and you have that pressure coming down on you, how do you stay planted in your promise to the people? Because I know pressure, it's overwhelming. I get it. But how will you handle not losing the focus of the people to get the job done for the people? Whereas passing up those contracts, allowing companies to come into our city that don't want to use our city to help them build these businesses, build their buildings and things like that. How will you, and I just didn't hear, like, how will you still remain planted in this conversation? I mean, because honestly, I only seen one person write things down. So, and we've been talking for about an hour and a half, and I know you don't remember this. So how is that? And that's just kind of how I feel, that it started off right. And then, of course, the questions kind of got answered. And then by the time we got to the fifth person, what's the question again?
I think that Reverend Tindall is correct. It's more surface level and platitudes to placate us here. I think that, like I said earlier, I think a pivotal moment was Mr. Obama's presidency. You can sell us a lot of hope. You can sell us a lot of change, but what are the tangible results? What are the solutions that are going to actually occur? I want to make sure that when we talk about the executive, that you're able to execute. And all I've seen, and the young people see, that there are a lot of tax breaks for billionaires. There are special incentives involved for moving these stadiums around and accommodating them. In 18th and Vine, we're celebrating a pedestrian walkway that doesn't have any economic development down there. So surely you're not going to, when you build these stadiums a fourth of the way, you're not going to have a parade and ceremony to celebrate part of the stadium being built. We still need our communities built up. And a lot of times we use the word disinvested, disenfranchised, but really what we are is an underdeveloped community. There's no development over here. There's development on the plaza, there's development in Westport, there's development in all these different districts. We have to celebrate small victories. We have to just be happy with the bits and crumbs. And so we want to know what the executive is going to do to make sure that our economic conditions are changed so we can continue to vote for you, so we can continue to keep you in office. But if those conditions aren't satisfied, then I think that this is all in vain.
Yeah, I will give credit to some of the answers. I think there were definitely things that came out, especially around like housing affordability, issues with the detention center, and where other investments could go to reduce the incarcerated population. And so I think in those terms, yes, like we definitely, or I felt heard. I think whenever the first question was asked, at least 3 people said that we were angry and they heard our anger. And I personally, as a young person, you hear that a lot, like, oh, why are young people so angry? Why don't they just get a job? Why don't they just try to pull themselves up from the bootstraps? And yes, I am, frustrated, but that's not the underlying feeling that I have. Like, I feel passion. I feel love for this city. I feel love for my community and wanting to make it a better place. So, how can you as a, potential elected be passionate and I be angry when we're looking at the same conditions and wanting to change it? And so that's a thing that I feel misrepresented on. I think another piece of it is that I haven't heard how they actually have been engaging young people in building their platform this whole time. It's about, when I'm in office, I want to do this, I want to build this strategic vision, do this thing with a budget, but how have you been engaging young people, not when you're elected, but so far in your campaign? And that's what I want to listen to.
So,
yeah, I totally agree with my fellow colleagues about questions and everything. So.
Yeah, I feel very similar. I think that there were certain things that I heard that were pleasant. I was surprised to hear a lot of pushback with the detention center, like the need for a new one, which was pleasantly surprising, honestly. It makes me wonder who's asking for this in the first place, but I think I heard a lot of good things. I think for me, I'm just kind of used to hearing the right thing and then that's it. So that, like, hearing a lot of good things isn't, it makes me feel good in the moment, but it doesn't make me feel like some sort of attachment to the idea of, oh, this will produce actual change. So we just need to see more than, like, it's easy to say the right words if you sit down and listen enough. But are you listening to acquire votes, or are you listening to create actual, real, tangible change? So yeah, it's all about definitely what happens outside of this room. And I definitely agree with the point about hearing more about how you are actively engaging youth in the community outside of when you're looking for re-election, but just as a member of the community. So
yeah, so let us hear that. That's a question. What are you doing, if anything, to engage young voters now? Before having this conversation, are you authentically engaged with young voters? If so, how?
I think you're asking the wrong question. Let me give you an example. In Independence, Missouri, we recently had a Dutch company named Nebius come in, and they are going to build a 2.1 million square foot building, and it's going to be owned by the city of Independence. And they're also going to bring in 800 megawatts of power, enough to generate power for 450,000 homes. So this got rammed down our throats. So the city council votes for this thing 4-2 without really knowing what they're talking about, okay? So there's a chance that, problem is Nebius has to compete against the big boys like Amazon and Meta.
I'm sorry. I'm going to jump in. No, wait.
Let me finish. I'm getting there.
Holmes, I'm the moderator.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to hold you to the question.
The young people took control.
Hold up. You're telling the young people that they're
young people took
asking the
control
wrong
in
question?
Independence and outed 2 councilmen, and they're going to throw out a 3rd one right now. And it was the young people who led that. Those people are your age. That is the answer to your question.
The question is, how are you engaging with young people authentically?
Why do you need me?
That
You've
was
got
the question.
the young people to do it. The young people can do this themselves. like
And
they're
that-
doing in Independence, Missouri. You don't need a bunch of people in their
think we-
50s and 60s to help you.
I think we have our answer. Could you pass the mic?
Honesty, as I said before, is a good policy. I haven't done as good a job as I could with youth. So I will be engaging more with youth. You know, I engage through my kids, their friends, you know, and some in the community, but I need to be more involved with people like you that are activists, that have the vision, and I promise you, I will start doing that. So thank you.
You for an honest answer.
So I have stayed involved in college and Young Democrats for many years, and now I just turned 40, so I'm aged out of the Young Democrats group. But I keep in touch with them to help try and give advice or perspective to people that are trying to get more involved, and also to keep tabs, keep my ear to the ground and understand what they're thinking about, what their concerns are. Additionally, I tend to go to school board meetings because almost always there's some really high-powered, like young 16, 17-year-olds that will get up and give public comments, which at 16, 17, I could never have done. My nerves would just not have allowed it. And that gives me perspective on what's going on with them, you know, at the high school level. Like Dan, there's a lot more that I could do. When I saw what the makeup of this forum was going to be with the group of you, I was really excited because I was like, oh, you don't usually see this. Usually it's older people that are on these forums. And so I was thrilled with that. I want more opportunities. I probably have not been great at locating where they're at, but I would like to do more. And I feel like there was a second part to that question.
No, that was the question. The question was, how are you authentically engaging with young people now? That was the question. Okay, so thank you. Next, go ahead, Stacy.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is the problem, folks. Like, we were invited here to listen to the issues that youth voters have with our politics, with our county government. We're not here to tell them what they need to do. We're here to listen and also incorporate their solutions into our policies. When it comes to what I have done to engage youth voters, anybody who knows me in this community, I have been a boots on the ground activist for many years. Within this year alone, I've hosted many sessions called Know Your Rights, which is basically activating the protesters who are usually, most of the protesters that come to these sessions are usually between the ages of 18 and 40. And I tell them what their rights are when they're engaging in a social action. If a police officer approaches them, what should they do in that situation? If they're arrested, what are their rights and how can they essentially get out of this situation? When it came to the ICE infiltration into our neighborhoods, again, with the Know Your Rights, I was able to go into communities and tell them what their rights are to help their neighbors that were being affected by the ICE raids, because it's not just the people that have that are being arrested by ICE that have a negative effect with what's going on. Like, this is a community issue. This affects us all, and we need to stand up for our community members. And so that is what I've done, and I will continue to engage with the youth, and I will continue to also use my experience and my knowledge to help our youth.
So, two ways. One, the paid youth right now are running my parade at Juneteenth because I'm here, that are on my campaign. So that's one way, and it's been like that for every campaign that I've run in, because I was a youth who had to learn from campaigns how to do this job right. The second is through creating an internship program in Jackson County. For our legislative offices, through the support of our colleagues, we created the most robust paid internship program in Jackson County. I think right now there are 15 or so interns that have been hired in the legislative offices, paid more than $15 an hour because of our collective efforts to empower, employ, and then listen to what's going on. Again, one of those ways is what Stacy just brought up. ICE. Youth told me about what was going on in the streets during ICE. I lived there. I see it as well. And then I went and called out ICE to their faces and nearly got drug out of my own car to shut down the South Kansas City ICE detention facility. So it's the listening. That's what we have to do.
I love this one. So I believe the youth and young people are our future, like I began today. I have been championing kids, teenagers for decades now. We do have hungry kids. I'm in Lee Summit. We have hungry kids in Lee Summit. I've been a part of Cold Water for a couple of decades. I've been helping Meals on Wheels for all the last 8 years, Meals on Wheels to provide food for people that are hungry in our community, elderly, disabled, seniors, and more. But when it comes to kids, the Prodeo Youth Teen Center, I've been a part of Prodeo for a couple of decades. We are building a youth teen center. I helped them get a grant with the state because kids need a safe place to be right after school. They need mentorship from adults. I've been a huge advocate for workforce development. And the key to workforce development is getting those schools to partner with those private and nonprofits, getting people into the schools. I recently went to Central High School and observed the City Year program. I think that's phenomenal. You have a liaison, someone between the ages of, like, say 21, 25 that's in the classroom helping with teachers and kids and such. So these are things that I'm super passionate about and that I have a very long track record if I can keep telling my story in other venues like this or individually with people. Education is the key. Workforce development is the key. It creates opportunities, and the county has the ability to bring all of these groups together. The county has the ability to get the cities to come together, which I never had as a mayor. 8 years, and I partnered with the schools. I partnered with the state. I partnered with MoDOT and Department of Highway Patrol Department. I partnered with nonprofits like Prodeo and such. The key is, the one thing was, no offense, but we didn't ever get the county to work with us. And the county has this incredible, just like Gwen said, we have millions and millions of dollars to prioritize. And we need to prioritize the relationships we have with the groups that are working with our youth.
So, follow up. Did you hear, after hearing what they said, any other questions? Any questions for them? From you guys.
Thank you for your answers, first of all. My observation was that you were doing, the majority were just talking about like listening and observing, but rather not actually going to actually see what people actually need and how that can be implemented. I do like the idea of the trades and building up workforce development. I think that's really important. That's a great way to engage with the youth and particularly give them jobs. What we're struggling here with is a very weak middle class. We have a weaker middle class on the east side of Truce that we need to be able to build up, and the only way we can do that is with more robust education, job programs, as well as understanding how to code and build our community. So I would just say that it's actually putting young people in positions of leadership. We kind of discussed about advisory councils earlier. I think that's important to understand and galvanize the youth. So I would just want you to, although you're saying you're going to go look and observe or listen, what are you actually going to continue to do after that? Because you can listen all you want, but then what we finally understand is that it just falls on deaf ears. We're used as a way to mobilize votes, but the votes actually don't benefit us in the end. And this generation in particular, we're not going to basically fall for the platitudes. We want actual results, solutions to our problems and our children's children's problems.
Yeah, so we're going to begin the wrap up. So what is the one thing message? I believe you just gave a powerful one. Okay, so what is the one thing you want them to hear from you if they want to get your vote?
One thing I want to hear from me is just not, and like she said, don't misrepresent my passion for anger, because everyone already does it. If a black man is passionate, he's an angry black man. Like, that's not what it is. I'm passionate about this community. I'm passionate about where it's headed because my daughter has to live in this community as well. And your decisions now will affect what happens later. And I want you to know that just because you're on this panel, don't mean you secured a vote. It doesn't mean you secured anything. I mean, you have to be able to understand and then go back. And honestly, if you really want to show that you heard us, have a follow-up with us. I don't want this to be the only time I've seen your face outside of a news conference or an interview online or scrolling online. Like, if you're really passionate and committed to the young people, the 5 out of 6 of you who are committed to working with the young people, then let's do it. Let's actually work, and let's not keep saying, when I get in office. If you're truly passionate about it, a title will not make you want to do it. Because some of you already hold offices, and that can, we can do work together, but you really have to show that that title is not the starting spot. It's not going to be the starting spot, because if that's your starting point, you're not going to get my vote.
Yeah, just in response to the answers just given, I would say, in order to build the future of Jackson County, you have to actually engage with that future. And I definitely appreciate the honesty around some of the lack in community engagement with youth. And to that, I would say there needs to be more. We are not just here to be, a token and trying to build a platform just to say, oh, I had this one panel where I talked to youth, but we are actually here ready to take action. We're here ready to mobilize. And like was mentioned with the data center issue, we see the seriousness of the issues of the future of this country. And we shouldn't have to always be organizing just outside of politics or like elections to be able to get there. We shouldn't have to fight, as my colleague said, for basic necessities, for our city not to be sold out. So listen to us, engage with us, put us on your campaign teams, have us organize events and be a part of building the future of Jackson County, along with all of the other voters that you engage with on the regular.
Thank you all for coming and your views on everything, but make sure that you ensure that you keep your word about everything that you've said, and make sure you have our back and not just sit up here and just say just sit up here and say just talking points and actually mean it with a passion and actually mean what you say. So, yeah.
Yeah, is this on? Oh, I agree with all the points my fellow panelists have made. I especially with, the point of this just being a starting point. Don't see things like this as exceptional. It's a standard to show up and have these sorts of conversations. I think also, again, I do as well appreciate the transparency. I think for me, when I'm looking to politicians, the first thing that I look for is who's just going to be honest about what it is and what it's not. because I personally get sick of jargon and just kind of like, strategically utilizing messaging to get a certain group of people to align with you and then discarding said people once that's no longer useful. Just be very frank about what you believe in, what your bottom line is. I think for me and a lot of other people, we're trying to align ourselves with politicians who align with who we are and what our values are. But we can't do that if we are dealing with a lot of, wolves in sheep's clothing, or people who are just, straddling lines in order to kind of maximize the amount of people who would, kind of believe in them. Be honest and transparent always, and I think that always wins out.
Thank you. Okay, so 1 minute each. And tell our young panelists one specific thing that you will do to demonstrate that you heard them if you're elected Jackson County Executive. We didn't get you to respond to what they're doing now? You did. You have 1 minute, so whatever you can put in that 1 minute.
So hard. So I've been trying to listen today. Before you came up here, Qiana said that equity is a biblical mandate, and I believe in that. And I'm going to continue the same pattern that many of you don't know about me. I was a teacher, but then I volunteered coach after I stopped teaching while I was doing real estate. I raised money for millions upon millions of dollars for scholarships, for technology to go into the schools, for teacher grants. I put together the workforce development team that unites all of our strategic partners in our community. And I want to continue that type of work at the county level. I want to engage in that way, and I've been trying to engage in that way ever since I announced this is a big county. It stretches out from really far east and west, and even pretty far north and south. And I have those types of skills, that listening skills, but also the strategic skills and the record that I'd like to bring to the county, and I would like to have you on my campaign.
Congratulations, you're all appointed to the Jackson County Legislative Advisory Committee. So, done. 5:30 Monday, Jackson County. See you there. I'll buy you dinner. So there's that. And my brother, I got my notes here. Sorry, my bad. So this is not my first Urban Summit. It won't be my last Urban Summit. And the guarantees that you can get from me are based upon the guarantees you've seen and the outcomes I've already produced. I will stand up and fight for you. If it takes going to chain myself to a building to stop an immigration detention facility, done it once, let's go again. If we got to stand up and drag dollars into our localized parks, raise your hand if you live east of Troost. I mean, Lee Summit's fair. But my problems are your problems. I don't got a grocery store that's fit for my family either. And so we got issues that are shared. And I look forward to continue to working with you all Monday at 5:30. I'll see you all there.
Good job. You stayed within 1 minute. Okay, keep it up. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was going to say, within the first 100 days, I will create a youth advisory council in Jackson County government. I think one of the biggest flaws with Jackson County government is that the majority of Jackson County citizens, they don't even understand what the Jackson County government does. They don't understand what the county government is responsible for. They don't even know what the unincorporated areas are. Some people in our county have never even visited the unincorporated areas, and we have to overcome that educational gap. As your next Jackson County executive, I'm going to be going to the elementary schools, the middle schools, the high schools. I'm going to be listening to those children's needs, and I'm going to implement solutions to help them, to help their communities become better. But I also just want to go further than that. I want to be an active part in their lives. I want to implement policies that they can actually see changes in their communities, because that's how you engage the youth, is when they tell you an issue that's going on in your community and you automatically resolve that issue. And that's how you bring people to the party. That's how you get people to campaign for you.
Time, Stacy.
Thank you. And so that's what I will do as your next county executive.
So I planned this entire time on following up with all of you, so I do that. I would love to have you guys be a part of my campaign. Anybody sitting up here that wouldn't is out of their minds. So hopefully everybody's reaching out to you guys and trying to involve you in whatever movement we're trying to develop. I'd also try to listen better. Like if I use the word anger, because I think I did earlier, I think I was projecting a bit, because when I'm faced with people that are well-meaning, that are smart, that know what's going on, and they're talking about the failures that we as elected people or activists that have been doing this forever, when I hear about that, that makes me angry. So if I projected that on you guys, I apologize. So I'll try to listen better.
And I apologize also. I did that, meaning passionate and things like that, so I apologize. I would love you on my team also. As you said, anybody would be nuts not to. But I can't ask that. I need to earn that from you. And I want to earn that from you. And I plan on earning that from you. I got 30 seconds.
That's not your time.
Okay.
I messed up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Jackson County is 605 square miles. It's a big county. But where's the need? The need is right here. And I know that. I've been there. The funds that are out there right now that the legislature gives out to different agencies is $3 million. That needs to be increased. The housing commission needs to have more money there to help this area, because you help this area, it helps all of Jackson County. So I will be your representative and look forward to working with you, and I will be reaching out. Thank you all for coming.
Register voters in the urban core.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, you know, I'm going to just hold my peace because I'm just going to hold my peace. Well, I've done this a lot, and seldom have we experienced the level of disrespect that I had to, and I will allow you to address it, but I do want to say something about it, because as a black woman,
You, sir, do not get to disrespect the convener and moderator of this event. It is wrong.
and I was going to try. I was going to try to hold my peace, and I appreciate you, Dr. Howard, for that, because I just think the people here need to know. When we invited this gentleman to the panel, he did not respond by the deadline, and we, at the urging of our senator, made an accommodation to add him today. When he entered the room to speak to me, and I was walking up to greet him, he referred to me as Auntie Gwen. But I came up here and I was going to contain that until he decided to further disrespect me on this platform. So with that, I want to thank the panelists that we have here. These young people were outstanding. They were outstanding. Our future is bright because of them. And I have to stand for them because I am so proud of them. Everything we've asked of them, they show up, they listen, and we don't try to tell them how to think or what to do. We respect their opinions, and we want to support and encourage and empower. So we have a bright future ahead of us with these bright young people. And I want to thank those of you who aspire to be Jackson County Executive. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. Thank most of you for hearing. And we look forward to seeing what you'll do out on the campaign trail. Thank you.
Before our guest speaker comes, thank you, Dr. Archie, I wanted to recognize a few people that are dear to me and to the Urban Summit, and who have been instrumental in helping us through these 19 years. One being the Reverend Dr. John Modest Miles, the pastor of the Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church, who allows us to meet every Friday at 27th and Prospect. Thank you, Dr. Miles, for all the help that you give. We want to recognize Legislator Donna Payton, who is running for office. Please don't forget her. And I want to commend and say what a wonderful job that Ms. Qiana Thomason did this morning. I mean, come on, y'all, let's give her some love. Let's give her some real love, my God. Thank you so very, very much. And then we want to thank who came in late, but he is dear to my heart, and one of the greatest pioneers, I might say, of our city, who has been there in many, many areas of health care and who has championed the drug program in Jackson County, a friend of mine. And I want you to just put your hands together for Brother Jim Nunley. Call Jim Granddad Nunley. He does a great job. Amen. Thank you so very much. It's always a great joy to share with Brother Nunley, and I'm grateful for his presence here today. The one who got up and who straightened out the belligerent racist that was up here on the stage was the first vice president of the Urban Summit, Dr. Vernon Howard. Let's give him a great big hand. Came in a little late. And we are, again, thankful for each of you for your presence here at the 19th annual meeting. It is really a joy to see all of you and to see the hard work that has gone into this, putting this together, and that comes from our executive director, Sister Celestine Williams. Let's give her a great big hand. And I am just so excited about what the youth are doing and the professionalism of which they brought forth here today. And we want to thank the young people. Let's give them a great big hand. And we also want to thank Ms. Gwen Grant, the president and CEO of the Urban League and member of the board here at for the Urban Summit. Will all the board members of the Urban Summit that's present, would you stand, please? Would you stand and be recognized? All the board members. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We give honor to God to the Board of Directors of the Urban Summit, to those of you who have come from various places throughout the Midwest and Kansas City. We want to thank you for your support of the Urban Summit and being here to celebrate our 19th annual meeting. This year's theme, Power to the People. No vote, no hope. And I'm Holy Ghost happy and peacock proud to introduce to you our speaker of the hour, a nationally recognized faith leader and civil rights strategist, public theologian, and community architect. His work stands out like the Urban Summit for social justice, economic accountability, and public policy. This year's Urban Summit's dynamic speaker is a senior pastor of the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, a leading national voice on economic justice. His leadership of the Target Fast and Boycott represents one of the most significant Black led consumer accountability movements in the last 50 years. A proud graduate of Morehouse College, power to the people, no vote, no hope. Gerrymandering has taken place. And so we ask you to make sure that you get yourself out to vote. Gerrymandering has taken place to the disenfranchised African Americans in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Indiana, South Carolina, and Missouri. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a heightened awareness of some of the powerful and dangerous enemies. We're talking about those who declare the Emancipation Proclamation. They declared antebellum black people free, but paid no back wages, supplied them with no land of their own, and eventually made a demonic deal with their former enslavers to subject them all over again. A Supreme Court that upheld separate but equal front to the black people of the anti-civil rights movement, which persists even today. We speak of those who put a bounty on Harriet Tubman, fought Frederick Douglass, tried to silence Sojourner Truth, opposed Henry McNeill Turner, deported Marcus Garvey, frustrated W.B.E. Du Bois, denied the Little Rock Nine, arrested Rosa Parks, beat down John Lewis, undermined Malcolm X, and assassinated Martin Luther King. Our speaker today continues to serve as a modern prophetic voice, calling institutions, corporations, and communities to higher moral ground through faith, strategy, and action. Please stand on your feet and welcome to Kansas City, to the Urban Summit, the Reverend Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant, Senior Pastor of the New Birth Church, Stonecrest, Georgia.
To God be the glory. If you remain standing for just one moment, I want to take a point of personal privilege just to salute our bishop, who has really proven himself as a living legend. And the reason why I want to do it is because too many times in our community, we don't celebrate our leaders until after they're died. But I want to thank God for his life and for his witness and for his sacrifice. Come on, you can do better than that. Bishop, I'm honored. You may be seated in the presence of the Lord. I am grateful to be with you on this day and appreciate the privilege to be able to speak out loud. Honored to share the same oxygen as our morning presenter, who's my play cousin. I'm just grateful for her and grateful for her life. This is a critical moment that I hope that you realize that you are sitting in. The question was asked, what would you have been doing if you were alive in the civil rights era? And the answer is, whatever you're doing right now. Because if you're not doing anything now, the reality is you probably wouldn't have been doing anything then. I underscore the value of our bishop in bringing us together down through the years, and I wanted you to realize the hallmark of its significance of his calling of us together is because this is a dark and a daunting time for the black church. This is, Bishop, the largest demographic of black people in our history in America. It's our largest demographic of black people since we've been in America who don't go to church. We're at 28%. It's the largest demographic of black people in our history in this nation that self-identify as atheist. We're at 8%. And so the prophetic voice of the black church has contracted laryngitis because we're no longer speaking truth to power, but just personal enrichment and self-aggrandizement. 19 years have you been assembling, and in the theology of numerology, I want you to know what 19 means. 19 means when faith meets evidence. When faith meets evidence. And for far too long as a people, we have been believing with not that much evidence. I was in a conversation with attorney Benjamin Crump a couple of weeks ago, and I said to him that this generation is at a disadvantage because this generation has not seen victories, we've only seen settlements. So people are not going to jail, victims are just getting checks. The disconnect from the civil rights movement to the Black Lives Matter movement is we have initiated and curated hashtags, but have not seen a shift in legislation. So we can sing, we can shout, we can yell, but until laws are changed, a whole lot will remain the same. We alluded to just moments ago how we're just coming out of the throes of the Target fast, and I want to take a moment because this is my first time coming to Kansas City since we initiated it, to thank you. Many of you drove an extra mile away from Target, went in a place of inconvenience even while gas was high. And it started as a small, nondescript movement out of our local church, and it gained traction and wings. And so let me thank you. Because of our collective buying power, Target lost $12 billion in 1 year. Because of what it is that we were able to do, foot traffic dropped by 10.8%. Because of what it is that we collectively were able to do, online shopping stopped for Target at 8.7%. It's a critical piece when we don't understand who we are and what we represent. Because it was a fast, its intention was to go for 40 days, and then we go to the table and negotiate. The then CEO of Target refused to meet with us. And because of the economic adverse impact, he, by the board, was switched out of power, and then we met with the new president and CEO. As a consequence, I am proud to say to you that Target, before our movement, had absolutely no presence on any HBCUs, but had satellite locations at 27 PWIs. As of this August, you ought to be excited that they will be partnering with 12 HBCUs around the country so that young people will have an access point in order to excel and to soar and to do well. In the history of economic development, I don't even realize if you know how much shame we ought to bear, knowing that we have misappropriated our pride. Can you imagine how twisted and demented our ancestors must think we are, that we boycotted Target and then went across the street to Costco? In the history of the movement, we have never boycotted one white establishment and supported another one. 70 years since the Montgomery bus boycott, we still don't have a national chain. We still don't have a big box store. And yet we think we've arrived because we drive BMWs and have Louis Vuitton and red bottom shoes. If we don't have economic development, then it is all for naught. I took over New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in 2019 after the unfortunate transition and demise of Bishop Eddie Long. I'm a third-generation AME pastor, and they asked me to come and be the pastor of this Baptist church. And I went. I was excited. I was overwhelmed. I was grateful. I was appreciative. New Birth is the largest land-owning black church in America, sitting on 365 contiguous acres. And on this property of 365 contiguous acres, all we had was a mega church and a gymnasium. I called our leaders together and asked them, what message are we giving to the community? Is the black church only good for shouting and running, or are we really going to make an impact and make a difference? Desmond Tutu, the late civil fighter out of South Africa, said at the end of every year, the poorest people in the community should vote to see whether the church stays open the next year. And the question I got to ask you is, how many of your churches would have to close because poor people wouldn't see your relevance, your value, or your impact? Can you imagine in 1969, J. Edgar Hoover said the most greatest threat to democracy in America, 1969, the greatest threat to democracy in America was the Black Panther Party. And the reason why that is significant is at the time, the Black Panther Party only had 300 paid members. And the question that I've got to ask you rhetorically, with 300 paid members, how many mega churches do you think are on the FBI watch list? The overwhelming majority of them are not. Why? Because they are not raising their own vegetation. They are not looking out for the seniors. They are not helping to educate our children, and they're not watching the police. If, in fact, you are not making a community impact, then you are just providing an entertainment center. Something has to shift about how it is that we do church and how it is that we see ourselves as the body of Christ. Jesus did more healing and more feeding than he did preaching and teaching. But now we are so quick to do revival that we forget to do revitalization. I went to our deacons and said to them in no uncertain terms, if we're sitting on 365 acres, what are we going to do about it? Because we have to be the model of economic development. Woe unto us if the only time the people in the black church hear about economics is when we're asking for the tithe. If we're just collecting 10% and don't show the people how to multiply the 90%, then we're just running a sanctified Ponzi scheme. There has to be something that helps us to understand how we are economically responsible and accountable. I want to say this to those of you who are leaders in churches across this city. I want you to be mindful that there is not one Jewish synagogue in America, not one Jewish synagogue in America with a mortgage. But there's not one black church in America with an endowment. We are living hand to mouth without ever leaving something for the generation that comes behind. There's got to be something greater at stake than the pastor's anniversary and the pastor's birthday. How are we showing people to how they live at their optimum level? To charge and to challenge us, would you consider for one moment that 84% of black people don't own a single share of stock? 84% of black people don't own a single share of stock, and yet at offering time, we keep saying invest in the kingdom. How are they supposed to know how to invest when we have not shown them how? I tell the members of our church in Atlanta, I can't speak for your city, but I tell the members of my church in Atlanta, never go to a church where you can tell which car is the pastor's. Because if the oil flows from the head, then it shouldn't just be the pastor driving like that, but 12 other people should have that same level of flow, that same level of influence, and that same level of impact. When they went to arrest Jesus, they did not know which one Jesus was. Why? Because all 12 of them had on the same kind of robe. Something is wrong if the only people who look blessed is the first family. Everybody else who was hearers and doers of the word ought to have that same level of increase and that same level of impact. I'm glad to be with you on today. And I wanted you to know that about 5 years ago, the city that I live in, Stonecrest, which is a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, city that I lived in, gave me a Sam's Club. I think I went too fast. They gave me a Sam's Club. And in giving me a Sam's Club, I was not sure what to do with it because our sanctuary holds 7,000 people. So I didn't need another church. And my problem, Bishop, is I did not have the space to dream beyond having church. My leader said to me, pastors, go take some time and dream about what you would do. 100,000 square feet. And God gave me a vision. He gave me a vision to open up the only black-owned mall in America with 100 stores owned and operated by black people. I need you to hear me and hear me well. It is called the New Black Wall Street Market. The New Black Wall Street Market, I need you to know, if you ever come to Atlanta, it is not a church. It is a mall. They selling cigars in there. We got a jazz club in there. They selling wigs in there. We put in the charter that 10% of all of the businesses have to be owned by members of the church. Because I wanted to be intentional on how do we curate millionaires within our congregation. It is significant to note for those of you who are in the room who come out of the Church of God in Christ, you would know coming out of the Church of God in Christ, if you want to start a church in the Church of God in Christ, you have to have 50 people. Those 50 people sign a sheet, send that sheet down to Memphis for them to get their credentials, and then it is sent back to them. In order for you to start a synagogue, you do not need 50 people, you need 12. But the difference is those 12 have to have independent wealth. This is just a pop quiz for those of you who went to Vacation Bible School. How many disciples did Jesus choose? He chose 12, and all of them had a job. I need to show you something that's probably going to upset your home pastor. I need to show you something that's going to disrupt the mindset in which you were raised in, is that when Jesus chose the 12 disciples, none of them came out of seminary. When he chose the 12 disciples, none of them came out of Bible college. And I want you to hear my heart because I'm a product of higher education. But when he chose the 12 disciples, he chose all 12 of them out of business. Jesus was of the mind, you cannot do ministry if you don't know how to do business. And a lot of our black churches are failing. A lot of our black churches are failing because we make people leaders for perfect attendance and not for proficiency. Just because you can pray doesn't mean you should be a trustee. You got to be able to bring something to the table that the pastor may not be able to see. 3/4 of the disciples had more education than Jesus. You have an accountant, you have an IRS agent, you've got a physician, you got a lawyer, which says to us that Jesus was not intimidated by people who had intelligence. Too many of our pastors are surrounded by yes people who do not know how to call them into accountability. Pastor, we don't need a flat screen TV if you can't pay the drummer and the organist. There's got to be some priority about how it is that we spend and how it is that we move. Can I say to you an unpopular opinion? And the unpopular opinion is this, is that a lot of gentrification is the byproduct of the negligence of the black church. Those empty houses and stores that are around the church should be buying up. But the problem is you moved out of the community where your church is and only show back up on Sunday, but you are not vested or committed to how your church ought to flourish and how they ought to promise. 2 weeks from now, I will be sending 234 of our young people to HBCUs around the country. 234 young people will be going to HBCUs, drum roll, for free. We're sending them on full scholarships. From Morris College all the way to Florida A&M University, we're going to be sending our young people there to have access and to have opportunity for higher education by virtue of the fact that student loan debt is now higher than credit card debt. And a lot of our young people are not going to have an opportunity to be able to thrive, flourish, and do well. But 3 years ago, I got up in front of our church on a Sunday morning and I profusely apologized because I realized that I was out of order. We annually give out somewhere in the orbit of $2.3 million worth of scholarships, and I got up and apologized. I'm a third generation preacher. My grandfather, whose name I bear, the late Bishop Harrison James Bryant, was a bishop in the AME Church. My father, Bishop John Richard Bryant, retired senior bishop of the AME Church. And here I come as third generation. 50 years in being in the black church. I need you to hear this well, Kansas City. 50 years of being in the black church, I have never seen the black church give a scholarship to a young man who wanted to get his CDL license. 50 years in the black church, never seen the church give a young lady a scholarship who wanted to be an esthetician. The black church has adopted W.E.B. Du Bois and thrown away Booker T. We act as if there is no value to you having a trade, you having a skill set, and able to use your hands. The reality is that an electrician and somebody doing HVAC can make more money than somebody with a bachelor's degree, but we don't know how to value and to celebrate them. And so as a consequence, 2 weeks from now, when we send 234 young people to HBCUs around the country, I hope you'll be as excited as I am. We're going to send 400 young people to trade schools across the state of Georgia so that we have more than one lane to choose from. Juneteenth weekend is when all of this is going to take place. Those of you who have friends and family in the Atlanta metro area, I would invite you to invite them to come be a part of it. On these acres that we have, 365 acres, we are breaking ground on June 21st at 12 noon. That's a Sunday afternoon. And we're going to build 300 homes on our property. 300 homes. But I want you to hear why it is strategic and why it is significant. Those 300 homes that we are building on that property, we are selling only to millennials. We're only selling them to millennials because we want to introduce a new generation to what generational wealth is supposed to look like. Far too many in our community have become comfortable in rentership and don't even know that ownership is the bedrock to generational wealth. If we don't own something, somebody will always tell us what to do and how to do it. We were able to do it in building these homes for millennials, and any bank will tell you, any HUD agency will tell you that it is absolutely illegal for me to sell these homes only to millennials. We were able to get a provision in the last 6 weeks of the Biden administration. We were able to get a provision because our phase 2 that we will start building in February, we're going to be building senior housing. Now I got to pause to say something to challenge this community, to challenge your churches and to challenge advocacy groups so you're mindful and you are aware of what is at stake. This is the very first time in American history. I want you to have it. I want you to know it. I want you to deliberate it. And I even want you to debate it. It is the very first time in American history that there are more 60-year-olds than 16-year-olds. There are more senior centers than there are middle schools. 94% of the churches that are represented in this room, 94% of the churches represented in this room have a youth pastor, and 98% of them don't have a seniors pastor. So the fastest growing demographic in your congregation and in our community is ignored, is overlooked, is not valued, is not invested. Many of you who are entrepreneurs, you are building businesses that only meet the mandate of your generation, when the generation above you has more money to spend, but you are not providing a market for them to invest in. We're doing something in Atlanta, and I want you to take it in Kansas City. It has not been done. Again, the fastest growing demographic in America is now seniors over 60 because of strides in medicine, health, and technology. People are living longer. What I'm getting ready to say to you, the bell is going to go off, the light bulb is going to go off, and you're not going to be in absolute disbelief it doesn't exist. We're about to do it in Atlanta, and I want you to do it in Kansas City. Pastor, what are you all doing? We are building the very first senior housing in America. I'm saying it slow with intention so you don't miss it. The very first senior housing in America for seniors who have custody of their grandchildren. 1 out of 5 of you in this room was raised by your grandparent, and unless they were in public housing, you couldn't live there. The church has got to own the land and do something so that community can be fostered and we can build a brighter day and even a greater tomorrow. How many people in this room still don't understand how we, in fact, spiraled downward from community to hood? We went from community to hood because now you don't know your neighbor. Can't borrow sugar, can't borrow milk. 8 out of 10 of you in this room have never invited, let alone your neighbor. You've invited nobody on your block to come to your church. They don't even know you saved. They just know your parking space is free Sunday morning from 9:45 till 1:30. We are, in the words of Fred Hampton, we are not outnumbered, we're out-organized. We're out-organized because we don't understand what it is that we have and what it is that is at stake. With all that is within us, you have got to line up people in Kansas City to vote. For 5 years before becoming the pastor, I was National Youth and College Director at the NAACP, and we built our voting strategy out of the blood of Medgar Evers, who said that it's got to be on 3 different prongs: voter education, voter registration, and get out the vote. Our problem, regrettably and embarrassingly, is we keep trying to get people to come out to vote and not telling them why. We have to mature and educate our electorate so that they understand everybody who is our color is not our kind. White evangelicals should have taught the black church a very salient lesson. Here's what white evangelicals said to President Donald J. Trump. They said, we only got 2 issues: abolish same-sex marriage and abolish women's right to choose. Whatever it is that you do around that, we'll turn a blind eye. We'll claim you as a Christian. We'll come pray in your office. We'll lay hands on you. We'll bring out Paula White. We'll do whatever is necessary to claim that you are Christian, as long as you hold on to our 2 issues. Kansas City, I got to ask you a question. As we go into this 2028 election cycle, what are our 2 issues? What are we demanding? Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand, but we're not demanding anything. Last night, it's not even on the news. Last night, President Trump named that Juneteenth is no longer a federal holiday. Last night, and there's nowhere in your news cycle, you've got no alerts on your phone because it is of no consequence. What is your demand? Right now, while you're sitting in this room, there are 6 HBCUs that are in danger of filing bankruptcy. But we have nothing of what Dr. King called the urgency of now. Because 92% of you who have graduated from HBCUs have not given 1 dime back to the school you graduated from. We have $1.6 trillion in spending power. $1.6 trillion in spending power, and yet we don't own grocery stores in our neighborhoods. We don't own the gas station, don't own the beauty supply store. We don't own the liquor store. We barely own the barbershops, and the ones that we do own, they get their supplies from a Korean store. We are funding the very system that is underfunding us. We don't have a poverty problem, we have a priority problem. We have to figure out, how do we support each other when it is not under duress? There's nowhere in the world, in this room, if this room was full of Jewish people and I came in as a visiting rabbi, there's no way that you would have been here since the early morning to the late afternoon in a room full of Jews and Israel is not on the conversation. How many hours are we going to be here and not discuss the underdevelopment of Haiti? How many hours are we going to be in here and not talk about our Jamaican brothers and sisters not being protected? How many hours are we going to be here and not mention that Nigeria was bombed the day after Christmas? How many hours and you say nothing about the Congo? How many hours and you don't even mutter that Gaza is on the verge of genocide? How many hours and we say nothing about the shooting of Southside Chicago? Yes, I'm glad you in the Divine Nine. Yes, I'm glad you in the Lynch. Yes, I'm glad you in the Boule. But you got to go back to the Negro spiritual. If I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or with a song, it's only then that my living is not in vain. This is the critical moment where we got to figure out that this is, in fact, a season where history is waiting to record. How did we respond? What did we do? Did we clear our throats? Or did we just go along to get along? While it is that they are redrawing lines in Louisiana, did you do anything or just order another box from Amazon? When they were erasing representation in Alabama and Mississippi and Tennessee, did you do anything? Did you say anything? Or did you keep scrolling on Instagram? When it is that they were threatening to move the singular black voice out of South Carolina when we are the majority of the state, did your pastor say anything? Do anything? Address anything? Or are we just moving forward? Power is not claimed in the streets. Power is maintained in the meeting rooms. This ought to be a critical moment of ground zero for what the Kansas City of tomorrow is going to look like. Your grandmother sharecropped land they didn't own so that they could put food on the table in a house they were renting. And they still found a way to send somebody to college. Your grandfather worked 2 and 3 jobs, and after 30 years on the job, they gave him a gold watch. And he drank himself to death in the living room. Your children have had to mangle and figure out whether they can sit out a semester and go back in and their credit still be good. Cornel West said America is the only place in the world where we have a category called the working poor. That you can work 40 hours a week and still don't have enough to pay the rent. Still don't have enough to survive for your family. I'm going to close by telling you that one day Jesus was teaching and the sun was going down, and one of his lead deacons said, "Master, send them away. We don't have enough." And Jesus, in a revolutionary spirit, asked him, "What do you have?" Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine 12 grown men with degrees came up with no solution? They had to find somebody from Gen Z. And somebody from Gen Z said, "I've got 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread." And before he could distribute it, he said, "I've got to bring organization. Before I can distribute it, make everybody sit down. Because if they cannot do it in decency and order, they will not be in position to receive faith that meets manifestation." And here's the crazy part, is that the very ones who told Jesus to send the people away are the ones Jesus made serve. You better be careful how you treat people. You don't know how God is going to turn them tables and turn conditions and turn situations until somebody realizes if you want to be great, all you have to do is serve. So I'm grateful to be with you on today. I'm excited about the future. I know that it is now time for another generation to come forward. And I want you to look around your table. I want you to look around this room. And I want to challenge you before the 20th annual summit. I want to challenge you because there are not enough young people in this room. This is the oldest leadership that Black America has ever had. Minister Farrakhan is in his 90s. Maxine Waters is 81. Jim Clyburn is 83. Al Sharpton is 68. We cannot allow leaders to die with the baton in their hand. Turn it into a torch and pass it to the next generation. God bless you and thank you for having me today.
Do is take advantage and ask a few questions. First of all, let's give them another hand. Hey, bro, look. I might preach that tomorrow. I'm just
Have
letting you
all
know
of it.
this.
Take it. I'm going to send you the manuscript.
No, so questions. Those who have questions, and please let the questions be to him while we have him in our midst.
That's a Morehouse man. I know he got a good question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's good to see you.
My
name is Fredro Green. I'm a rising senior from Morehouse College. I'm also a reporter, reporting intern for the Kansas City Star this summer. My question to you is, what are some strategies from the Target boycott that citizens in Kansas City can implement to make change?
Yeah. Let me say to you, the lost chapter, the miseducation of the Negro. So 2 months ago, we had 4 asks of Target, and they met 2 of those, and we were still negotiating the other 2. We had a press conference announcing that we had made strides of those 2, and said we were suspending it because we are now in conversation. And the internet went wild, that it was betrayal. Somebody must have taken a check. And I realized in hindsight, because our community hadn't had a boycott in 70 years, and I need you all to lean in to hear this, that this generation doesn't know the difference between a boycott and cancel culture. Yeah. So if you're boycotting until something happens. Cancel culture suggests that no matter what you do, we're never going back. And so the community was saying one thing, and I was asking for something else. And so part and parcel of what it is that we do and how it is that we move. I'm 53 years old, so I'm in between generations. And in so doing, I think that we can't go off of presumed knowledge. We have to educate more and be intentional on what is the end goal and what is the strategy, and not assume that everybody knows it. And so I think that we've got to do a better job of communicating what it is that we're trying to do and how we do it.
Morehouse class of 1980. Dr. Bryant, how should the church lead the economic development and economic boycott and economic awareness? Your latest post was talking about doing something about the the hair industry, where you have Asian people saying that they don't need black dollars. So how does the church get involved in that movement, and should they even get involved in it?
I think that first we've got to disavow the notion that the pastor knows everything. I think the pastors got to surround themselves with people who have intelligence, insight, experience, and education in it, to be able to lead and to direct. A lot of churches don't speak on financial literacy because the pastor is financially illiterate. A lot of the pastors can't retire because they didn't even set up a retirement. So we setting the pastor up in a wicker chair. He can't even half talk. But he can't let go because we didn't set up a strategy. So I think that those who have business mind and business acumen have got to surround the shepherd and give him the cue cards on what to say and how to do it. But the hour of the pastor being the one singular authority on all issues is now out the door in an information age. So when it is that you can be spot checked on it, then you got to put people to the mic who know how to speak to it. Let me add to that is that we're living in an information age, and the church is still inspiration driven. Did y'all hear what I just said? We're in an information age, and the church is still inspiration driven. So we sit there for 2 hours and learn nothing but feel good. Meanwhile, the church stopped having Bible study and replaced it with midweek service, while our sons are going to watch on YouTube for 3 hours about Hebrew Israelites. So it's not that they don't want information, the church is not providing the information. So we got to figure out how it is that we are an incubator for understanding. Let's not forget that 112 of our HBCUs were started in the basement of black churches. And so the church has got to be a conduit of higher education and figure out how it is that we put our people in a greater grasp of it. This summer, our summer camp is going on. I have 300 kids in summer camp at our church, and none of them will be coloring Noah's Ark.
Amen.
None of them are connecting the dots for Daniel in the lion's den. All 300 of my kids this summer in Vacation Bible School are learning coding, robotics, and AI. Because the average black student is 2 grades behind just on reading and composition. And so the church has got to be a place where we're preparing our people to compete educationally, or they're going to be left behind. Yes, sir.
Reverend Bryant, we met 28 years ago on Bowie State when they had the Institute.
Oh, wow.
About 150 pounds lighter.
Yes, sir. You still look good, sir.
My question for you is, we talk about when it comes to voting, no hope, no vision. I'm someone that has a long memory, and you talked about making demands. When we make demands, and let's say we're Democrats, and they don't hold up to it, such as eliminating the filibuster, and also eliminating and protecting the Voting Rights Act and stuff like that. When they don't do it, but they come around election time and say that they're going to do it, and then they get into office, and then they circle around, and then they turn around and don't do it anyway, how are we supposed to hold them accountable when they turn around 2, 4, 6 years later, come back, and we still do the same thing, still give them our vote without punishment?
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody is in the room from the local branch of the NAACP, but the NAACP has given us a model by virtue of the fact that because they are nonpartisan, they don't endorse candidates, but at election season, they always produce report cards for how people voted on certain and salient issues that impact our community. I don't allow any politician to speak in my church. I put on the screen how they voted, how they responded. Our church is the largest church of voters. Our church registers more voters than any other church in the state of Georgia. So it's hard for you to get elected in my county without coming by our church. So I think that we've got to have a standard, and an educated voter is a dangerous voter. And if they do not measure up, then that's what the democratic process is for, is that we've got to move them out. The other thing I will add to that is that the church has got to go back to what we did in the 60s and the early 70s, and that is prepare people to run. And we are not preparing new candidates to come forward. So this young man is here from Morehouse for the summer, working at the newspaper. His counterpart, who's a political science major, should be working with a black elected official in this city to figure out how it is that you run Robert's Rules of Order, how do you run a meeting, how do you do filibuster, but we got to train our replacements. I am embarrassed because we only look at the sexy positions. Who's running for governor, who's running for Congress. White evangelicals taught us, in order to infiltrate the system, prepare people to run for the school board. So Atlanta, which is considered Wakanda the South, is black Mecca. I'm embarrassed to tell you, while I got a black mayor, a black chief of police, a black president of the city council, 3/4 of my school board is white women. So we're never able to hold a superintendent because the white women always fire them. And so we got to prepare people all the way down and realize what is the value of education at every level. Yes, sir.
All right, you gave a figure about the older people being are now outnumbering our youth. I want you to tell me in plain terms, because I try to do it every day, is to try to make people realize that there's more in the past than there is in the future.
Yes.
And I say that with gratitude and proud to be 85 years old.
You look great, sir. Yeah, so you got to be intentional about building community. So I'll give you an example of what we do for pastors and community organizers, is that I have a lot of retired elders in my church and in my community, and I have a community center. And so let me show you what it is that we do. You have no idea how many retired educators are sitting in your congregation. How many? But they can't, but my young parents can't afford Kumon Learning Center. But I got retired educators that can show them how to conjugate verbs, how to reduce fractions, where a subject and a predicate don't agree. So we have to use them in that way. Then in another side of our community center, this is not novel stuff. It ain't stuff that even requires a grant. It just means intentionality and commitment, where my retired mothers are teaching young mothers how to cook. This is basic stuff. So our children ain't eating everything out of a white paper bag and drinking grape soda on the way to school, and then we don't know why they jumping off the rails when they eating the M&Ms and Snickers for breakfast. The third thing that we do that is so important is that our retired educators who do our after-school tutorial program is my students in turn train our seniors on how to use smartphones and social media. So all of my seniors got an IG. All of my seniors know how to use the camera. So it is an adoption. It is an adoption of grandparents. And a lot of us take that for granted because you were raised with grandparents and had a Bible relationship, but you're in cutoff culture where the loneliest generation is our seniors. When I was growing up, I'm from Baltimore, when I was growing up, those who were committing suicide were between the ages of 14 and 22, dealing with low self-esteem, dealing with rejection, dealing with the trauma of sexual abuse. Now the fastest growing suicide rate is senior citizens from loneliness. So we got to build a real sense of community of how we do it intergenerationally. So my church is an intergenerational church. So on Sunday morning, you're going to hear James Cleveland and Kirk Franklin. I got to give everybody a little bit of everything. And most churches have picked a generation. So they either got old people or they got young people. So you got to figure out how it is that we're intentional about community development and building an intergenerational impact.
All right, this is going to be the last question.
Yes, sir.
Greetings, Dr. Bryant. I'm
Bless
Bishop
you, sir.
Ernest Jefferson, International Progressive Ministries. My question is, I've been here in Kansas City for 25 years. I have never seen a city with so many divided churches. How can we deal with this cancer?
Thank you. I think that we got to put the data out. The reality is too many unchurched people in Kansas City for there to be competition. Too many of our churches are just recycling centers. We're just taking somebody from Mount Sinai, from St. John, from St. Andrew, and the unsaved are over here saying, what about me? 8 out of 10 Christians, I need you all to hear this, 8 out of 10 Christians have never won a soul to Christ. 8 out of 10 people on your pew have never prayed with anybody the prayer of salvation. Since 2016, the fastest growing religion in America is now Islam. It's a Christian nation, but the fastest growing religion is Islam. Pastor, how is that possible? It's possible because saints are shouting and Islam is witnessing. And so we got to go back to being soul-winning churches and have soul-winning goals. We are so busy focused on how much money we raise, but paying no attention to how many souls were saved. And the demographics are showing that young people want to come back to church, but don't know whether there's any space. So your church, I've not been to. The churches that are in here, 99% of them I haven't been to, but invariably, your fastest demographic is online. It's online. They are not in the room. And let me show you what the problem is. For 9 out of 10 pastors in this room, I'm throwing shade on nobody, I don't know y'all. 9 out of 10 pastors in this room are streaming live on Facebook. The kids ain't on Facebook. They on TikTok. And the overwhelming majority of black churches don't have a TikTok account. So we got to be intentional about who it is that we're going after, how we do it, whether you're Baptist or Kojic or Pentecostal, Apostolic, Word of Faith, or Independent. At the end of the service, here's what we say collectively in the spirit of ecumenism. Here's what we say: the doors of the church are open. And in our arrogance, we're waiting for them to come in. The community is waiting for us to come out. 92% of what Jesus did was outside of the church. 97% of what we do is inside of the church. And so I think that we've got to have a different mindset of how it is that we move, how it is that we function, and how it is that we proceed. I'll close by telling you this. I was sharing with you, I'm a third generation preacher that's on my daddy's side. I'm a third generation preacher on my daddy's side. Grandfather, father, me. That's on my father's side. My mother's side of the family, my uncle is Frank Lucas, the biggest drug dealer, black drug dealer in the history of America. So my problem is I got both DNAs inside of me. So my drug dealer DNA says just take your block. Take your block and figure out what is your blue magic. When you figure out what is your blue magic, there is no competition, and you can do the best of what it is that you do, how you do it. Part of the problem, pastors, is you're using theology without sociology. So you can't look at what Bishop Jakes is doing in Dallas when you live in Kansas City. What works in Dallas won't work in Kansas City. What I'm doing in Atlanta may not work here. The reality is, I don't know in Kansas City if you're going to be able to find 300 acres in the city. So this is a false positive. You got to do an anthropological study of your community, what is needed, what is necessary, how do I meet that need, and then how do I exceed it. Thank y'all for having me. I'm on the midnight train back to Georgia. Thank you.
All right, let's give him another one. Just let them know we're here. All right, praise the Lord. I told you we were in the huddle. In the huddle, you discuss the strategies, you discuss the plans, and you make a clear commitment to what your strongest passion, and in this case, our two things are going to be. But here's the deal. It would be a shame to go to a game where in the whole game they huddled and nobody went out to play. We don't come to a game for a huddle. We come to a game to see people get on the field. So the question is, how do we break this huddle and move forward? And the person that's going to come and drive us towards the next direction, talk about our next steps, is going to be Melissa Robinson, who's going to come and take us to the next level.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. If you don't have an action plan after now, you might, I don't know what to say about you. How many of you all got an action plan? You have some action steps. You have some things that you need to do. Bishop Bryant said that we might not have 300 acres. However, if you go out into this community, into the 3rd district, you won't find a block that's not 60% owned by out-of-town landlords. And so this is a time for us to organize, to galvanize, and to take back our community. Growing up on a Saturday, I remember before we had our own personal devices, I remember my brother and I would race to the TV to see who could get their cartoons on first. And while I wanted to watch, things like Care Bears, he was watching other things. He was watching other cartoons. And one of the cartoons that my brother would watch, it was so interesting that in this cartoon, there was always a challenge. There was always, the world was about to end. There was always something that was getting ready to happen. But then there was a clarion call. And the clarion call was activate. We are transformers, more than meets the eye. And in fiction, there's always a little bit of truth. And today reminds me that we have a clarion call. The clarion call is to activate. And we have to transform ourselves before we can transform the community and get an alignment to what needs to happen. At City Hall, $2 billion corporation, right? $2 billion corporation. $100 million every year goes to rich developers, while not one child can read on grade level at Central High School. Not one. Go to the DESE website. Not one. And so now is the time for us to activate, to organize, as Bishop Bryant talked about. Now is the time for us to transform and make sure that our votes do count. And not only are we registering people to vote, but we're collecting their personal information and continuing to remind them to vote. And yes, we need to continue to take your daughter and son to work every day, but we need to take our daughters and sons to the voting booth when we go. Studies show that if you vote 3 times in a row, you are a lifetime voter. And so we need to make sure that our now and next generation is becoming a lifetime voter. When we talk about CCED, did you all know that we have made sure that SB Friedman now makes all the recommendations for the Central City Economic Development Sales Tax that the Urban Summit started? Look at SB Friedman online. You won't find people that live in our community. You won't find people who live next to you, who care about you. Look at their board of directors online. And so oftentimes we are fighting and we get things done, but we don't stay to the mat to organize and make sure things are being done right. We're building a ballpark. We're building a $300 million deck over I-670. The city can find everything that it wants to do whenever it wants to do it until it comes to the urban community. And so I appreciate Urban Summit for making sure that there is a scorecard, holding our elected officials accountable, but now is our time to develop a plan and to activate and to make sure that we are holding people accountable. And like Bishop Jamal Bryant talked about, raising up the next generation of elected leaders and elected officials. So thank you all so much for being here. I hope that you came to this place to get some motivation and to work with each other and to make sure that we have a plan for August. When's the next election? August 4th is the next election, and we have to vote in every election. As elected officials, we count our win number and our investments based off of the people who are super voters, who vote in every election. And guess what? Kansas City, we are not doing our best when it comes to voting, getting out the vote. And so I would encourage us to make sure that we're unified with the Urban Summit and that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that we're activated and making sure that we are serving the community in all of the ways that we hope to. Thank you.